Let's have a look. Got some comments in there. Yes, we are live. So, straight into it. Welcome, everybody. It's a quick Saturday one. Impromptu. So I was watching a video, so go over this. There's a few people in here. So, yeah, we're going to go over a blue marble video. Let me get this. You guys have got it in Discord already, haven't you? I'll put the parallelisms. Okie dokie. So this is Blue Marble Science, second day of going over the same video of mine, or perhaps this is a video of mine that Blue Marble went over, that I went over, to see whether I could get Blue Marble to go over it yet again. And yeah, he did. So this is a 3-4 way. I did it, then he did it, then I went over it, then he went over it, now I'm going over it again. 5-5. Hope Blue's getting enough content out of this, because this is working great for us. If there's only one person watching, I don't know. How can there only be one person watching? What's going on? Right. Water levels. We've done a test called Realizing Euclid last year. And the basis of that is just a shared straight line segment, geometric proof, for which we use the tool that establishes a plane. That plane, that tool, is a water level. And the plane with the water level is a horizontal plane with no slope on a water level. Otherwise, the water flows from one end and it equals out. So that's why we call the tool a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. It's pretty simple. But we've come up against some scientists, some YouTube scientists. They've got science in the name anyway. This one here is obsessed with me at the minute. Blue Marble Science. He sounds like a Southern American gent, and he does have the hots for me at the minute. He does loads of shows about me, talking about me non-stop. But even has pictures of me all over the place. He makes GIFs and memes. He puts my face on things. He's yeah, he's obsessed. But he is getting content out of it, which is good, because we like to support YouTube channels. And we're getting maximum use out of this. We're having some fun with it. And I did a chat with a guy called I Can Science That. If you go back and look over the last couple of live shows, I'm going to have to put them together. I'm putting one together. But he's done a series of 3 or 4 chats with us now. We are combining Blue Marble Science with I Can Science That tonight. It's the first meeting, I think, public. The first public meeting of I Can Science That and Blue Marble Science anti-Bev try-thinking hate group. And we're going to see what happens tonight. Now, this has already been a live stream that Blue Marble did last night while I was live yet again. Because what I do is I have this thing where I see whether I can trigger Blue Marble into going live. And he does. He does it every night while I'm live. So that's the thing. How long can I start my live stream before I can trigger Blue Marble Science into going live for himself? And he's doing well out of it. He's getting some nice numbers out of it. Get some nice thumbs up in here. So this is his channel, and I Can Science That has just come in, and we're going to go over some of this. I've never seen it before, so let's have a listen.
Welcome.
You're here, you're there, you're everywhere.
They're a bit childish.
Awesome.
And how are you today, sir?
Well, you know, I can't complain, but sometimes I still do.
Yeah. I think
He's a Joe Walsh fan.
Oh, yeah.
Wait.
And I'm an old man, so you know.
Wait, everything's going okay, but you can still find something to complain about. You must be ex-military.
Actually, no. Yeah, when I went down to the recruiter to join the Air Force. I was really close, took all the tests and everything, but I didn't make it. It was during the 90s when peace was breaking out all over the world.
When they were in their force reduction schemes.
Yeah. But yeah, I never did
Jared?
that. I went to NASA instead.
Did he say he did the test but couldn't get in? That's okay.
Yeah.
That must be a bit unfortunate. Yeah, it must have been full. Must have been full up.
Yeah, Jared, the cynicism from this bloke comes from going through middle age.
Well, yeah. Well, it's tough to tell because I'm fucking there. I've always had the cynicism, and again, I blame the military. But I'm also in that age bracket where it's like, yeah, people are fucking stupid. Why can't we get rid of them?
Your
quick,
smugness evolved.
Hey, Mr. I Can Science That. This is Earth is Life. I just want to say, the beginning of your video when you were talking to Bev and you
Oh, B-Ball can't keep his mind off me, can he? Look at how quickly he does that. He goes straight in there, talking about me. B-Ball, thanks a lot, mate.
pulled out the spaghetti and the cell phone. That was, that was awesome.
Epic.
Yeah.
See, epic.
Epic.
Do they think that's a troll then? Are they thinking that's funny? Is that a joke to them?
It was epic, I guess. Yeah, I would agree.
I would definitely agree it was epic, yeah, but I mean, they can't be serious, right? They must have told him to troll it and make it look like it's a joke, right?
No, they're serious.
No way, they're not. No, they think that's a troll. B-Ball can't go straight to that and appraise him for that, because that's ridiculous if it is. I really do hope that they think that's some brilliant geometry. Because don't forget, he did say he realized Euclid.
Like, you could have did all of this with a spaghetti and a cell phone.
I'll have to look that up.
Oh, it's great.
What brand of spaghetti did you use? That might have a consequence.
Yeah, I don't know, it was angel hair, whatever's in the cabinet. I do like to do, kitchen
Angel
science.
hair.
I like to do what I call dollar store science. Show people that, science isn't just for LIGO, right? We can all do this. It's not a big deal.
Science! He's serious, isn't he? He seriously thinks he's done science with spaghetti and a cell phone. I thought this was a joke, but they might be serious about this.
He wasn't even going to introduce the cell phone until he realized that, he didn't think he had a plane. He just had a shared spaghetti segment.
Yeah. Yeah, he couldn't pick a table up or something like that. It's genius. Genius.
So because Bev claims he's not doing this to determine whether the shape of the Earth is curved or flat.
Correct.
That's what.
How can you determine whether the shape of the Earth is anything if you're using a tool that doesn't give a shit about what shape anything is underneath it. It's a pretty model obsessed thing that these people have. Crazy, especially B-ball. It's in his name.
What he's claiming.
Right.
But yet he's just saying, "Oh, I'm just trying to realize Euclid." Well, you could have did that anywhere.
That was the point. And
We did it at the side of the canal, and we did it last year. And they knew about it. Why are they? Oh, so it's like, why is it took a year? Why is it took a conversation with somebody? I can science that to bring all of this stuff up. I really don't get it. Really don't get it.
and
Could have done that
yeah.
with a piece of spaghetti and a cell phone.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. If this isn't reference to the shape of the Earth somehow or the other, why the hell are you going to all the trouble of 400-foot water levels? What the hell?
Hey there, ICST. Welcome aboard.
Oh, George. Welcome
is George.
aboard.
Con with George.
Welcome aboard. On the big ship Blue.
George is going to be skiing behind it.
The Science Club.
Yeah, barefoot skiing at the back of the big ship Blue.
Hey, George.
Yeah, we spoke earlier today.
Yep.
We spoke earlier today.
It's freaking gold, ain't it?
Yep. It's like that obviously went well, that conversation, didn't it? I'm glad. Yeah, I like this.
Do you remember me from 10 minutes ago?
How do you pronounce Khan? Do you pronounce it like William Shatner in Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan?
Yes.
Yeah, you could throw Genghis in front of it if you wish.
No, this is Kong Sing Noon from Star Trek.
Yeah, yelling at it and yeah, putting about.
George is recovering for a bout of flu, so he's not too well. He's doing all right though. He's getting better.
50 ends on it.
No, where it comes from is when I saw Khan in the litter of pups, I just knew he was going to be a genetically superior male. So I named him Khan.
So not Ricardo Montalban.
Same idea.
It's easier to shout Khan than it is to shout Ricardo Montalban.
Yeah,
Or
it
the
is.
plane.
The plane.
So when the dog's out running around in the yard and it's time for him to come in, you open the door and yell out the door, "Con!"
Yeah, that's not necessary.
I'm hoping your dog hasn't killed David.
David?
We've got to get to know each other.
William Shatner's son in Star Trek 2.
Oh yeah.
Now, to be pedantic, it was the Klingons that killed David.
Has he been accepted with a bit of Star Trek talk?
Dude,
Is he getting,
what, I'm not allowed to Mandela anything anymore?
No, you're not.
Well, he did cause
okay.
he did cause the death if you believe in but-for causation. But for Khan's return, David would be alive. There you go.
But then, why did they replace Kim Cattrall as Savick? Or Kirstie Alley? I mean, like, what did three different people play Savick?
Wasn't it Spock who said may the force be with you?
Now, Kim Cattrall almost refused. Well, yeah, she refused the role in Star Trek 3 because she didn't want to play the same character that someone else had. So her character was actually someone else. The issue with Kirstie Alley is the producers didn't want to pay out.
Why? Because she wouldn't put out? Sorry for taking this down a bad path. But anyway, we'll save that for Jared's show.
Which will be in a few weeks.
Oh, you mean your monthly?
Knarit Damar might happen more frequently. It all depends on my schedule, which the last month has been fucking crazy.
Like I said, you're monthly.
Oh, no. Veterans Talk, that is outright monthly. Because you crazy bastards.
Oh, I thought you were just having woman problems.
No, I like having a life away from the computer screen when I can get a chance at it, so I'm capitalizing on that opportunity.
That wasn't the implication.
Oh, I know what the implication was. I just decided to ignore it because I know you.
Do you really?
I know you well enough to know where your humor is going to take just about every conversation.
Not hard to
Winning.
figure out, is it?
Oh, come on, guys.
Thanks, Blue.
Get your man Bond in together.
No,
Oh, that's so hard to listen to.
I do it more often down in Gems now because we've either got.
He should be talking about Star Trek or doing the, watching films and stuff. I wouldn't be able to engage with any of that conversation. I just don't watch TV. I don't know who the fuck they're talking about.
Got Johnny or Pete saying something. The moment I start up, Pete has to talk about phallic symbols.
Yeah, he likes talking about them, doesn't he?
Oh, please.
Yeah.
On live streams. Come on, Blue. What
Anyway,
you
back
doing?
to this horizontal thing,
There
right?
we go.
How do these guys know they're drawing a true straight line anyway?
Because they presume they have.
We're talking about
Because they
horizontal
think-
or horizontal. They're different.
Because they think water is level and horizontal.
But level is horizontal.
Yeah, but I'm talking about with a ruler. Do you know whether that's actually straight, perpendicular, or tangent to something?
No.
Hey,
The answer is yes, because it's all of the above based on what you reference it to.
Right. And because they looked at a glass of water and they think water is flat and level, and therefore all water is flat and level.
If they looked at that closely, even if it's not all the way to the top of the cup, there will be a, was it the meniscus? Will still happen.
Yeah, surface
It'll either
tension.
go convex or concave. Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure they know that water naturally wants to form a sphere with no forces acting on it.
Actually,
It doesn't. Water doesn't naturally want to make a sphere. That's ridiculous, people. Sorry, but yeah, it doesn't.
when I was talking to them yesterday, they really confused me with something because I said water in a water level is just water. It just does what water does. Magical thing that behaves differently from water in the real world. And they said no, that I was an idiot for saying that.
That makes no sense.
Does anyone know what they're talking about?
No.
Did he hit you with the...
Can I just point out here that Dan the Waterman has come in to say that I'm a joke and his crowd, presumably you lot and the people watching, commenting on the YouTube, that's the crowd that he says you're even worse.
Yeah, I don't know how Dan got so mixed up, but maybe he'll figure it out.
Yeah. Sorry, Dan. I don't know what you're talking about. Confused flat earther as far as I'm concerned. He showed us that last night.
Law of communicating vessels.
Yeah, they definitely brought that one up.
Yep.
But they didn't this last time. No. Probably because they already saw my response to it and they didn't want to go there.
Who's that? Did he say he had a response to the law of communicating vessels?
Yeah, I didn't hear one.
I know.
Never
I
have.
never did. Like, what was his response? I'll go back over that. I'll listen to that again.
It's just water. It just does what water does. Magical thing that behaves differently from water in the real world. And they said no, that I was an idiot for saying that.
That makes no sense.
Does anyone know what they're talking about?
No.
Did he hit you with the law of communicating vessels?
Yeah, they definitely brought that one up, but they didn't this last time. No, probably because they already saw my response to it and they didn't want to go there.
I didn't see his response to it.
I mean, neither. Also, I thought he was asking about the tubes, not the actual water.
Yeah. This is science, though. Perhaps, he could have done it under a blanket somewhere and we didn't notice him doing it. I mean, you never know how this science works. It's new.
That's the thing. Once they know where you're going, they know whether they want to go there or not, and so they just won't. Right? So if you say, "Sure, why don't you show me your citation for that, and we'll examine it," then they're just like, "Oh, well, no, we're not gonna."
He's making up a conversation with himself right now.
I know. Yeah. He's talking to some people that he's never talked to about that particular thing.
There was a conversation on there was a guy named Brandon that used to have a channel where they all used to go on, and at one point Bev was on there explaining this very test, and the entire time Brandon was Brandon was the host of the show. He was a flat earther, and the entire time
Brandon that's disappeared. Brandon that took over after Ranty that's also disappeared. Also a little bit weird, this. That all of these people are citing other people that aren't around anymore to talk for themselves. Very strange.
Yeah, it was like a year ago, too, like you mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, we did the test over a year ago, but I think the Brandon one was even longer than that ago.
Time he was asking Bev, like, how is your test going to determine the shape of the Earth? And literally for almost a half.
And Bev said it doesn't. It's a realizing Euclid test, for fuck's sake. How many times do you have to say it?
For now, where Bev was skating around the question and really wouldn't answer it directly. Like, if you have 3 points of a water level, how do you know that all 3 points line up in a plane? That was basically the question he was asking the entire time, and he would never answer it. He would just either say, like, because of geometry or because of straight lines, where he wouldn't say, he wouldn't.
It's because water doesn't drop and water doesn't hump. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Very simple. Except, of course, for the model Afflicted.
Answer it directly.
Yeah, well, there's definitely a blend of he just doesn't know, and he just really doesn't want to talk about it. There's it's a weird sliding blend. You never know at any given moment where he's at on that spectrum. And I just told him yesterday that any 2 points doesn't create a plane; it creates a line.
Right.
And then he just insisted, no, you only need 1 point to create a plane. It's weird, It's just weird.
How does 1 point create a plane?
It doesn't create a plane. It creates a tangent, and that's where he's really intentionally screwing up.
It doesn't create a plane, it creates a tangent. What? A tangent plane? Like a plane? Fuck's sake. I said that there are some planes that can be defined with only one coordinate. That's exactly what I said to him. Once again, misrepresenting what you say. But, I mean, hey, this is science as we see it in the modern day.
The whole thing.
Did he really say that? 1 point creates a plane?
No.
Well, yeah, he insisted that you know, the 1 point of like a water level creates a plane. You know.
No. Lying science man. There are some planes that can be defined with only one coordinate, namely an elevation point above mean sea level. That 1 point establishes a plane.
And I was trying to express that, well, you have to, there's more information that you must be implying. There must be implicit information that you've left out, right? That it's parallel to something, or you need more data.
Yeah.
But that was too complicated a thing for him to engage with.
Well, you could, of course, say that a point is the point of tangency, and from that infer the location of a plane, right? You could do that.
The Blues just said it. How many contradictory things do they want to say? Like, can it establish a plane or can't it establish a plane?
We got the two science guys battling it out right now.
Yeah. Well, science is just Blues about to make a flip. Do you reckon the guy that said that it can't establish a plane will go with Blue Marble Science and say it can establish a plane now, but as long as you put tangent in front of it?
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Not horizontal, tangent. All right, it's a tangent. It's not a horizontal. Well, we are going to call those tangent planes horizontals, but it's not.
Yeah.
Confused people.
Yeah, I'm always a little surprised at these conversations, because I suggested to him that
plane the Blues giving
if you just take and you say it's parallel to the horizon and it contains this point, boom, now you got a plane, right? But he wouldn't take that.
What? Is
I
he
don't remember
confused?
that.
Is he confused? It's who are that? I'm gonna have to listen to this.
To him that if you just take and you say it's parallel to the horizon and it contains this point, boom, now you got a plane, right? But he wouldn't take that.
Like, all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Like, I don't know, what's he talking about? Who wouldn't take what, and what was he offering? I didn't hear him. I didn't hear the offer.
I don't know either.
Doesn't sound like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Why he wouldn't accept that that's what he was trying to say, I don't understand. Other than he just doesn't get it.
It's also a misunderstanding of which way down is on the globe model. Because he thinks the water should flow in in either direction. Because I guess he believes in some pump, or what he likes to say.
Yeah, he likes to pretend that drop and hump are different things.
He likes to pretend that drop and hump are different things. Come on, that science didn't just say that, did it? Yeah. I want to hear that again. Say it again. Come on, science.
Because he thinks the water should flow in in either direction. Because I guess he believes in some pump, or what he likes to say.
Yeah, he likes to pretend that drop and hump are different things.
Right.
And he likes to represent that he does not understand how down works. But
how down works? This is some science stuff. I mean, you teach me how down works. Science. So this is going to be a good end to the year. We're going to learn some good science stuff. We can, how down works. Remember that. Might have to write that on the board for a title for something.
I think that if you pinned him down and just said, where is down in this diagram, he could draw it. I feel like I've had him draw that.
Where's down? I think he could draw it. I don't know whether it's the scientific down, though. Whether that's the same as drawing down. Bottom end of a vertical. My guess.
Before.
No, I don't think he would even answer it. I think he would avoid it.
Yeah, definitely.
Like he always
Avoid the
does.
shit out of that. Where's down?
Because I think Rumpus.
Oh man, how can they think that somebody would avoid the question of drawing down? I mean, would you ask a child to do such a thing? I mean, who do they think they are? This scientific group we've got over there. I like it. B-Ball's warming them all up for us.
Was asking that question, like, which way? I think, and he was asking this question for like a few minutes, like on the globe model, the way we understand it, which way is down? Like, how do we determine down on the globe model? And he would not answer it.
You can't. Down on the globe model is every direction. Everyone. There's no specific direction. It's every direction. It's ridiculous. How can you answer it other than saying every direction? Silence.
No, well, the truth is that seems super simple to you and me, and we take for granted that everybody else gets it. It's, after having another conversation with a different flat earther recently, I came away deciding the other person that I talked to just really didn't get it. That when you look at an individual location, he got it. He's like, okay, that's down. Down is that way, and he got it correct. Then I said, okay, so how does water level work? That was now too abstract. He couldn't connect those dots.
We couldn't connect the 2 points at the end of a water level. Might be like Dan last night. Dan was struggling to work out what a water level was as well. Maybe because they don't know what a water level is. So a lot of people don't seem to know what a water level is.
Well, you're listening to a guy that made you're listening to a guy that made a clown circus water level hat.
Yeah. Yeah, balloon hat.
Balloon hat water level.
Yeah. Yeah, so it is difficult, but this is the science. Science.
Who was the other person? Was it SE Montreal?
There's a guy named Iggy, somebody I'd never spoken to before. But this guy seemed real to me and genuine, and I could see in his eyes that abstraction from a point to a complete surface was a bridge too far for him. And
what? He doesn't know what a horizontal plane is. Tricky. I guess it is. This science. I mean, you have to shift your brain, I'm guessing, to be able to understand. I think he's talking about the horizontal plane. If he's talking about water level, I would presume he's talking about the horizontal plane.
I do think there's some of that goes on. But if you then reach into your spice drawer and you pickle on there, spread a whole healthy dose of, I don't want to get this.
In the spice drawer. A bit of spice. Sprinkle a bit of spice.
And add another dash of, I don't want anyone to see me understand this.
Okay, this is how we do science, I'm guessing. Sprinkle of this, dash of that.
Then it becomes real easy to just not understand it.
You don't understand.
Right.
I just gave you, Buster, a recipe for you don't understand. Sprinkle of this and a bit of dash of that.
Supercalifragilistic.
Yeah. You don't understand it.
How can 2-year-olds understand this concept then? I mean, you ask any 2-year-old what direction down is, they will immediately know.
Yeah, that's what we said. Bottom end of a vertical, that direction. Down. Pretty simple. 2-year-old will tell you. Blue Marble's got his thing up here.
Here's some points I made with him the other day, and he had no answer for it.
I did. I replied loads.
So I've got it up on the screen. I don't know if you guys can see it or read it or whatever.
I don't know whether he's going to read my replies to it.
But I told him, I'll read it to you. A normal water level defines exactly 2 points in space that are at the same potential.
He called it a normal water level, as opposed to the other water level. I don't know why it's normal.
Water levels with more than 2 risers will define additional points of equal potential. If this description exceeds your ability to understand and comprehend, please stop here. It's going to get more complex. Number 1, 2 points cannot define a plane. Please refer to your friend Euclid. 2 points can only define an imaginary line in space, and that line consists of all the points that lie along the shortest distance between the 2 specific points, or a linear extension of that shortest distance in either direction.
Euclid would say a plane is a surface that contains all of the straight lines within it. So Euclid would say that line, yeah, that lies within a plane. And especially because realizing Euclid, the first proposition, the one that we did the test for, was to show that a straight line lies within a plane. Well, the second one tells you that 3 lines that intersect will all lie within the plane. So that's like we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but yes, Blue, we do understand. It's in book 11. The second realizing Euclid test that we have planned. It's coming. Don't jump ahead of yourself, Blue.
2, 3 non-collinear points define an imaginary plane in space. A plane is a flat surface on which a straight line connecting any 2 points on it would wholly lie. Again, have a chat with your buddy Euclid on this if you disagree.
That's what I've just sort of said, Blue. It is a plane. We know what a plane is. We have the fundamental understanding within geometry to know what a plane is. The question is, can you establish a plane in reality? Can you realize Euclid for yourself? Because that's what we did. We took the proposition from Euclid and realized it. We came up with some other propositions in order for us to apply those to reality. Just a realizing Euclid test, Blue. No need for science to get involved in this. Although, maybe some people think there is.
Number 3, water is not discussed by Euclid in any way, and water is not obligated to conform to Euclidean principles. Water is obligated to conform to the forces acting on it and to the shape of any container bounding it. Gravitational force is the primary force acting on water in a water level. We are ignoring centrifugal acceleration that varies with latitude and acts to redirect the gravity vector slightly, along with other possible forces such as difference in air pressure across the length of the water level.
Oh, I think he's struggling with that. He's mumbling that a bit, isn't he?
He's mumbling and it sounds like he's reading it.
Yeah. Well, he is. He's reading a comment from his thing, but he's sort of he's lost his heart and his speaking voice. It's not coming through a bit better. I'd suggest, Blue, sitting up a little bit straighter, get your shoulders back.
In the nose, out the mouth. Well, he does breathe heavy though. So he's probably breathing good.
It's doing well though. I like it. It's quite a long passage. Obviously, it might get a bit tiring to breathe, but yeah, impressed, Blue.
Or potential temperature differentials, as these effects are normally very small. Number 4, the imaginary line described by water level with 2 and only 2 risers does not predict nor does it specify the position of the water in a third riser connected to the same water level and positioned between the beginning and ending risers. That position...
Whoa. Like, if you don't have a middle riser, there's no reason for you to predict where the middle riser should be. I mean, the water level doesn't come with that. It specifically says on the packet, I think, don't be trying to predict where the middle might be in the middle. What you're best off doing is moving one of the ends to the middle. And then
Is this the same guy? Is this the same guy reading this that made the image you put on there?
Yeah.
He was showing. I mean, he drew that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's like contradictory science, really. I think that's what we're talking about now. You've got to allow a few... It's like dilithious science.
Yeah,
where they forget what they've just said.
You have to, instead of eliminating contradictions, you just add them to... I mean... Just a potluck of contradictions.
Yeah, the more contradictions that you have, they cancel each other out, so there are none.
Oh, like 2 negatives make a positive.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's good.
Is determined by the forces acting on the water, primarily gravity. Number 5. If gravity vectors are parallel, we would expect the level of the water in all the risers of the water level to be collinear, i.e., forming a straight line.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, what's Blue going to do if he finds out a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane? That might be a bit damaging, mightn't it?
6. If the gravity vectors are radial, we would expect the level of the water in the risers of the water level to conform to a curve of constant radius.
Uh-oh. I like it, though, because he's done 2 ifs then, hasn't he? If then. I think we've got our modus tollens there ready and waiting. Yeah. Yeah, because there is a bit... I want to clip out of... Because I think I Can Science That also said something very similar. If a water level is or does establish a horizontal plane, then there's dire consequences for the globe model. Blue's just said similar. If then.
And number 7. No test that uses only the water level as its own reference can distinguish between these 2 conditions. Overlapping 2 water levels only proves that both a straight line or a curved line segment of a constant radius can be extended indefinitely. The observation is exactly the same for both situations. You have not shown which condition is present with this pseudo-test. Moreover, you have not realized Euclid. By failing to establish a straight...
Says we've not realized Euclid. Blue Marble says.
Straight line reference, you have no idea if the water level points are collinear. You have simply shown that water is level, a fact that hardly needed testing. Your objective...
So he does say that we have shown that the water is level. But he says, Blue Marble says, we haven't realised Euclid because the test was to keep, to show that no part of a straight line can lie within a plane and another part without it. Blue Marble science. I'm liking it. We do have an opposing view here from Blue Marble science, and I can science that.
The objective seems to be to define the actual shape of the water. I refer you to the GPS measurements of Lake Pontchartrain. Water is most definitely not flat, and level is clearly not horizontal.
Uh-oh, he said that publicly. Those words. You want to hear that again? Blue Marble science, people.
Simply shown that water is level, a fact that hardly needed testing. Your objective seems to be to define the actual shape of the water. I refer you to the GPS measurements of Lake Pontchartrain. Water is most definitely not flat, and level is clearly not horizontal. Bev had no answer for any of that.
Go on, read the replies, Blue. I dare you. Do you reckon he is going to read the replies? Because it says down here at the bottom, there's plenty of replies. I could show you them. Come on, Blue. Let's see the replies. Blue.
I found interesting.
It says view 15 replies at the bottom of the screen there. Do you reckon he's going to click that button? Because he says there's no reply. Bev had no reply, but there's 15 replies.
About this the little presentation he's made is he provided no data. He just sort of reasoned his way into it.
Yeah.
And if you start off with a false premise, you'll end up with a false conclusion.
That sounded like a bit of projection.
There simply is no.
Yeah. I thought who was that? Was that F.E. Dogma?
That was
Perhaps.
paid.
Oh, was it? Oh, sounded like F.E. Dogma a bit.
Interesting.
No conceivable geometric argument that you can, pure geometric argument that you could make that could ever distinguish between those two very different conditions that we just talked about, that I just talked about.
What, did he just say there's no geometric thing you can do to tell whether it's curved or straight?
No geometric proof. Could you play that again? No geometric proof to show either way?
I think so, yeah.
It sounds like he's muddying the waters.
I'll go back again. Like, what? He can't have meant that, like, because... Well, listen again.
Sort of reasoned his way into it.
Yeah.
And if you start off with a false premise, you'll end up with a false conclusion.
Mind your P's and Q's is what Emma says. And what Emma said all the way back to QE in the Black Swan days. Mind your P's and Q's. Make sure you don't start off with a false premise. It means you've fucked your P's up. Always listen to Emma. That's your starting block. Mind your P's and Q's. Step 1. Let's see what Blue says.
There simply is no conceivable geometric argument that you can, pure geometric argument that you could make that could ever distinguish between those two very different conditions that we just talked about, that I just talked about.
Yeah. A horizontal plane or a big wazin circle. Blue Marble says there's no geometric test you could do to tell the difference between a plane and a curve.
No conceivable. No, you can't even conceive of one.
That's a paralogism. I mean, that's not eliminating contradictions. That's like taking on board contradictions.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's accepted that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's accepted it enough for him to be able to vocalize it with no awareness of the vocalization of what he's saying.
Well, now that he's accepted that no geometric proof could distinguish between a straight and a curve, I mean,
he's lost. That's why he's like he is. Well, look at me number here.
That's aporia.
1337. Look at that. It's there. We stopped on Blue's aporia at 1337. Well,
Wow.
1337, but you know. That's
Crazy.
amazing, Blue. I mean, talk about geometric illiteracy. You've just explained it to everybody there. I mean, you're going to say that we don't understand, and that's fair enough because that's obviously the way that you're going to get out of it. But you're an obviously illiterate of geometry because you can definitely tell the difference between a straight line and a fucking curve. Anyone can. It's ridiculous, Blue. And I understand why the hate now. Because I'm just pointing out that you don't know shit. You're an engineer. The model has seriously afflicted. He probably won't be listening now, but I mean, he should go over it at some point. I know somebody will once somebody tells him.
Could you just play that part one more time?
13.
Sort of reasoned his way into it.
Yeah.
And if you start off with a false premise, you'll end up with a false conclusion.
There simply is no conceivable geometric argument that you can, pure geometric argument that you could make that could ever distinguish between those two very different conditions that we just talked about, that I just talked about.
Wow.
It's amazing that, isn't it?
Wow. That says it all.
Yeah. Pure geometric. Straight line or a circle. I presume that's what he's talking about, right? The two conditions.
Those two conditions, yeah.
One of them's a horizontal plane and the other one's a wazzing great big circle or a circle. It doesn't really matter of what scale.
So those two conditions, there's no geometric conceivable, how do you say it? Pure geometric proof to distinguish.
Here we go.
There simply is no conceivable geometric argument that you can, pure geometric argument that you can
there's simply no conceivable pure geometric argument
make that could ever distinguish between those two very different conditions that we just talked about, that I just.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, stop everything.
Yep.
That's it.
That's it. That's globe science for you. That's blue marble science.
And
in a room of a load of them, right? So what do you reckon the reaction's going to be?
Well, P&S gave a foreshadowing of that. He just said, if you start off with a false premise, with a false conclusion. And Blue did it for him.
Yeah.
Just showed him.
Watch this. Hold my beer.
Hold my beer. Oh,
I'm gonna fuck this all up.
God. Okay.
More like moonshine.
Right, yeah. So what do you reckon? Who's going to say what to this now, right? I mean, they're going to, somebody's going to say, oh, wait a minute, Blue. Did you say geometric? Because I'm pretty sure that there should be some sort of somebody, right? Unless they're thinking of spherical geometry, right? Imaginometry. Ooh. I mean, you couldn't come up with an imaginometry proof, could you? I mean, you couldn't even conceive of one.
I mean, setting aside that geometry is deductive. There's deductive reasoning involved in it. But there's no conceivable geometric proof that can distinguish. I mean, God, woo.
What's
no,
the
Buster?
Chat
he didn't say proof. He said argument.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
it's a
heard you say proof,
conceivable
but, yeah.
argument. Well, but an argument is the proof, right? It's that's the logic. The logical argument is that if P then Q, right? Which ends up with the proof.
But geometry is the foundations of mathematics, and there are deductive reasoning, logic.
Yeah, well, they've got a different one, haven't they? They have a different one. Obviously, this science that they're dealing with doesn't relate to what we imagine geometry to be and the proofs within geometry. Even so far as the science that you imagine is not this science at all. This isn't science as far as I'm concerned, but
really though, like science is inductive, so they're inducing all sorts of different things into it.
You can still do the if P then Q and end up with the logical proofs within science, right? That's the whole basis of science, is the gaining of knowledge. That's, and how do you gain knowledge? Well, you formulate logical statements and then experience those statements to end up with your conclusion, right? A constant flowing thing. But I mean, yeah, you do end up with proofs at the end of it, and this is shocking to me, right? I did realize that we were coming to a head with bringing out the Euclid, realizing Euclid, but this is going further than I thought.
I always say I don't think they'll say anything crazier, and it's like times like this I'm like, they just prove you wrong every single time.
How could they get anywhere? And then you go,
right?
Oh, that's how you get worse.
Yeah.
Shocking. I want to hear how many people object to what Blue's just said.
Just talked about. If there is a way of doing it, please somebody tell me. I can't figure out how you would ever do that.
Somebody tell him. Go on.
You can only figure that out with testing.
I could, but you'd get demonetized if I said it.
Well, in that case, don't say it.
Geometric proof. He'd get demonetized for giving him a geometric argument. But we went over this stuff with Kevin, right? Blue Marble was telling them there that they can't do it. If you listen, I'll go back and I'll do a thanks, Kevin. Listen,
there simply is no conceivable geometric argument pure geometric argument that you could make that could ever distinguish between those two very different conditions that we just talked about, that I just talked about. If there is a way of doing it, please somebody tell me. I can't figure out how you would ever do that.
Doesn't want somebody to tell him, does he?
You can only figure that out.
Shared straight line
testing.
So, but I mean, let's just ignore that.
Yeah.
Well, he just said there's no way you could ever conceivably figure that out. Then he just said, well, the only way you could figure it out is by testing.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody could even think of it. Somebody please tell me of a way. And then before anybody gets a chance to say anything, he says you can't. He's stopping them from answering him. Yeah.
Yeah, he says you can't, but then he just says you can you'd have to test it.
Come on, a little bit of dialetheism. Come on, guys.
You have to. It's dialetheism science. Go on.
Maybe that's the spice. Maybe that's the spice. You spice in a little dialetheism.
A bit of spice in there, yeah.
Yep.
Sprinkle some in,
yeah. Dialetheism spice in your science.
There you go.
Like it.
I could, but you'd get demonetized if I said it.
Well, in that case, don't say it.
Yeah, but you know what I'm thinking.
No, not got a fucking clue. How could anybody have a clue?
No idea.
Blue doesn't even know. He's like, yeah, just whatever it is, don't do it.
Yeah, you just told me you get demonetized. Like, come on. Is that maybe for the after party or whatever? They're going to Rockford. Join us.
The Blue Ops after party.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Let's just say it has somewhere where you shouldn't put a goalpost.
We're going there, are we?
Don't know. It's obviously a science private joke.
Inside
we're not
science
letting
joke.
us. Yeah, Blue Marble Science internal
Tennis court.
joke. Yeah.
Baseball field. I don't know.
Yeah, anywhere other than a football pitch or something. I don't know.
Right.
Wouldn't work well anywhere really, but I mean, hey.
It's his favorite hole to play with. Of course he's going to go there.
I was just going to say.
So he's not going to do any of the replies that I did to that comment after saying that I didn't have a reply to them when there's obviously a chain of replies that I talked to Blue about.
Yeah, with your name right there replying.
Yeah.
And he just ignores it.
Blatant dishonesty from the Blue Marble Science crowd. Nobody bothered asking it.
I'm always, I'm just over and over. I'm just sort of blown away that that you just suggest to somebody one of 3, 4, 5 different ways to do that test, and they will ignore you or they will reject anything.
Yeah.
That actually could tell the.
Or say, why don't you just go ahead and do those tests and take those ideas and do the test yourself?
That's what I was going to say. Is I Can Science that offered nothing to reject.
Yeah.
Right.
What happened to I don't know any way to do this, and now we've got to. I know 3, 4, 5 different ways.
Yeah.
Well, I can remember somebody specifically asking I Can Science that, how do you create a horizontal in reality? And I'm pretty sure he said, I don't know.
Yeah. After already saying that a water level does establish a perfect horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the diletheism, if I don't know what we're going to call this, is some sort of science. It's just not normal science. Not normal science. Can we call it that?
How about Uber science?
Abnormal.
Yeah.
Abnormal science says.
Abnormal, yeah.
Non-normal science says that. Well, they're just making shit up, aren't they? Like they're contradicting themselves, and I'm pretty sure that the normal science wouldn't have contradictions within its logical system.
At least more than, if it does, it's more than 2 minutes apart.
At least in different labs.
Right.
Well, I have Can I Science That's tests if you guys want to know what he is referring to.
They're probably to do with lights in the sky. How many of them are to do with the lights in the sky?
No, not necessarily. No.
Okay, go on then. Let's hear.
Point two auto levels at each other over a long distance.
No way.
Yeah.
Wait, pointing water levels at each other.
No, auto levels.
Oh, okay.
You know, like auto levels, and you get a measuring rod, and you look at the measuring rod. Well, let's do away with the measuring rod. Let's just point auto levels at each other.
You ready for another one?
Go on.
Use GPS to track the precise 3D coordinates of several points along a lakeshore.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
You want another one?
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
Take 3 mountain peaks and survey the triangle between them.
Oh, that's good. Triangles, well, I'm up for that.
Do they add up to 180 degrees?
Oh, yeah.
straight lines.
Yeah.
Maybe another
I
problem,
like
but
that
that's
one.
okay.
If it has to be water, do it around a big lake instead, I guess. Choose 4 cities at opposite ends of the ocean. Figure out the distances between each city. Then lay them out on a flat map and figure out how they fit together so that all the distances are right. Those are some of his tests.
Ooh.
Wow. Triangles and straight lines. I mean,
I think we're talking about like one overarching problem with all of those. I would say stolen concept, but
yeah.
Who am I?
Yeah, well,
Just
I
a
mean,
music guy.
He'll have obviously have done them himself. So I'd love to see that when, if does he have videos on them? Or are they just tests that he hands out to people that he hasn't actually done himself?
I think it's just some wizard shit.
Yeah. Cool, well. Now we're up to date when what he thinks his tests are that Blue Marble just asked for, that he wasn't brave enough to speak up when Blue Marble said there are none. And now there are some, but I don't think he's done them. Let's see.
The difference. And instead bring this forth and say, no, what? Let's do it this way. My way works, right? And then you explain to him that, no, your way is no good.
No. We did this test a year ago, and this is how we did it. Don't be telling us. He's telling us that it's no good. He's the one that's saying that. We're not telling him that his tests are no good. He can go and do them himself. He's saying you did it wrong. You should have done it like this. Well, we said we haven't done it like that. We did it like this.
How about this simpler way? And no. We can't talk about GPS. We can't talk about,
It's like we didn't do that. We didn't do your tests. We did our realizing Euclid test. Hard to get through to these science guys, isn't it?
Optics. Can do optics. Can't do GPS. Can't do.
Didn't do
spherical excess. Can't do. Any number of things. Those are all bad. But
you can't do. Did he just say you can't do spherical excess? Because I'd have to agree with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no such thing as spherical excess. Triangles don't gain extra angles. Just doesn't happen. It's impossible.
But my way is good.
Well,
Also,
I can help you.
Also, him saying that you can't sight down the water level. Well, how would you even tell if they're level? If you...
B-Ball has no.
B-Ball to the rescue!
Yes, B-Ball
You
has.
have to. You have to sight them.
Blue can explain him that because he said clearly yesterday that they're used because we don't need a line of sight.
Yeah.
Didn't Blue say that?
Yeah.
Everybody knows the water level's purpose is because you don't. It's in the description of almost every water level product. You don't need a line of sight.
So Mr.
around the corner.
Yeah, Mr. B-Ball, just ask your buddy Blue. He'll tell you.
Yeah, it's good to see you back, Blue. B-Ball. I mean, you've been away for a while, and this is some genius stuff. I bet they're glad that you're there saying this shit.
You don't sight one into the other.
Yeah, I had some fun with that. I don't know if anyone else had as much fun as I did, but teasing him about the fact that he insists that a water level is level because it's in the name, but a sight line is not a line.
Don't remember you ever.
Teasing. I can remember him doing that, but that was within his circular logic.
Yeah,
thing.
the sky's green too. That part.
This is brilliant. Come on. Say
that. I love when he proves that water is level by using the water level. It's sort of like, well, duh. but it's not a water horizontal; it's a water level.
These
there's
are
another
actually
genius.
amazed.
Yeah.
Sorry, farmers. They're amazed with a spirit bubble.
Yeah, keep them happy for hours. They're basically rejecting and knowingly rejecting anything that's going to provide evidence that the Earth isn't flat.
Hold on, pause it for a second, Bev, please.
Yeah.
They say that we're amazed by spirit level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, George Nunchuck, told me that a spirit level, get this now, folks, the bubble in the middle is not the same as the two bubbles in the end. There's a difference. And they're laughing at us. I mean, this is just poetic.
What do you mean by the two bubbles at the end?
He says there's a rise on either end.
Yeah, Blue Marble
okay.
said this to Mobius the other day as well. That the bubble is only active in the center of the spirit level. That's the only place it's level is where the bubble is in the center. Like the ends of the level, the spirit level,
That's what that
aren't
represents.
actually level.
So they have no idea what the level is.
The nerve of these people. Yeah.
Amazing.
What good would it be if that's the case?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They can't have it being straight though. And everyone knows the spirit level is straight. But to them, level can't be straight. It's a bit of a problem that they have.
Yeah, I don't think a former engineer would ever say anything like that.
An engineer. Well, Blue Marble. Science is an engineer. It might be non-engineering science or whatever,
Like,
you know.
Like a train driving, maybe?
Because this is what flat earthers do. If anything goes against their argument, it has to be rejected out of.
Why is he talking about flat earthers, Farmer's Boy, here? I think he's getting us confused with flat earthers. I don't know why.
It has to be fake, it has to be ignored, it has to be lied about. That's why they can't use GPS.
Well,
they won't use GPS because where does that come from?
Well,
That comes from
remember-
satellites, but space is fake.
Is he saying space is fake? There is definitely the distance between physical objects. You can't touch it, but it's definitely there. That's space.
The only thing I would always say about GPS is what order of measurement is that? And then get back with us.
Yeah. Third. Second. Third.
Oh, third, fourth at best.
Yeah, we like to deal with first order measurements, but
exactly.
It doesn't. I don't think science is non-science. Non-normal science says the same sort of thing. We're going to hear about it anyway.
So I take that.
Well,
I'm sorry. You go.
No, I just wanted to say real quick. Remember, they don't think the Earth is flat. We've got hills and valleys. Remember?
No.
See, it's definitely not flat. Not that we don't think it is. We know it's not. There is a bit of a difference. Being able to be sure of facts.
No, they do quite specifically think the Earth is not a sphere, but they are never going to openly say on air where anybody's listening that they're flat earthers because they have now.
We're not flat earthers, farmers. Quite simply not flat earthers because we know it's not flat. The Earth is not flat. I don't know how many fucking times you have to say that to Farmer's Boy. It's probably because he doesn't listen to anybody ever. Just keeps talking.
Now,
Farmers is
after all
freaking
this time-
creepy.
He is. His comments are even worse. It's definitely got something wrong with him, Farmer's Boy.
Definitely agree with that, guys.
Somehow you triggered.
Yeah.
Jim.
I know. Go and shout at some other random people, Jem.
Realise the stigma that's attached to telling people that you're a flat earther.
We're not flat earthers. It's all right.
That's why 2 years ago.
If there are any flat earthers, though, don't be bothered about these people saying there's a stigma attached to it. Don't bother. Just don't bother going talking to those people. They're no good. We'll talk to anybody, even flat earthers. We will ask you, though, how you deal with the contradiction. Because we know it's not flat. Quite simple.
Research Flat Earth stickers were stuck on just about everything Bev owned.
Yeah.
Anytime you saw a picture of anything of his, it had Research Flat Earth stickers.
Like Jesse Kozlowski, when he was making videos, they had Research Flat Earth all over them. He said he was thankful for it. They took him to wherever he is today. I'll be the same again.
All over it. Now, I'm not a flat earther. I can prove it's not flat.
Earther.
But you ask him what shape of the earth is.
I don't
and he
know.
will not give you an answer.
I
He
don't
will not
know.
give you a straight answer to that.
I don't know.
Because he can't.
I don't
because
know.
His only answer
We
will
don't-
be...
we
it's
don't have
flat.
the answer.
And he
Yeah.
daren't do that.
I don't know.
And no doubt he
Don't.
will lie about that when he reviews this show tomorrow. No, not tomorrow, because he don't stream
He'll
on
lie
Saturday.
about
Come
not
Monday, he'll look over
knowing.
this and they'll be, oh, Farmer's Boy, what you talking about? I can prove it's not flat.
Some fancy voices.
Because we've heard it too many fucking times.
Yeah, well, we
A
can.
flat earth.
So he knows that we can prove it's not flat. He's heard it many times.
Others.
Of course they are. Hey,
We know it, and they know it.
We're definitely not Farmer's Boy. It's so bad. I mean, I'm guessing this is part of the scientific method of the non-normal science that these guys are doing.
Yeah, I did a video, I don't know, not long back on an exchange between Bev and I in a chat, right? Where I simply said, okay, well, I agree with you. The solid part of the earth that we walk around on is not flat. I grant you that. You're absolutely correct.
There you go. See, so Blue's agreed with us that the solid part of the earth that we walk around on is not flat. Jolly good. Now the next part, Blue. Let's go.
Now let's talk about the 70% of it that's covered by water. What shape is that?
70%. I don't agree with the 70%.
Yeah, I know they have to put that in there because it fits their model.
Yeah. That's what I probably disagree with. 70%.
Yeah, I
And that went on for a long, long time with me trying to pin him down to tell me what the shape of the water is, and he won't even.
The water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. Now, if you're talking about oceans, there's tides and waves. That's not a horizontal plane. So you can only go to the tool, the water level. It's the only thing you can go to, static water, like a canal. That'd be good enough. It's a body of static water.
I thought water takes the shape of its container too. I thought that was kind of a given. Is that the shape he's asking for?
Of the water? I don't know. He was think he's talking about 70% proof or something. I don't know. Is 70% of the water? I don't. It's a hard one to answer that question, but I can answer it by saying a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Now, that doesn't seem to be a good enough answer for them. Very strange, this science. And yet they still keep asking me, and I will keep saying the same thing, because, yeah, I know.
And do that.
That's right. I remember that. Yeah, he wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
No.
Well, I think that's Bev's central theme right there, which is don't pin him down.
Right.
Don't pin me down to what? I'll be quite happy to talk about water levels or geometry. Anytime you want.
That's what defines him and his little channel is they say things.
He's got big plans for his channel, hasn't he? Me and my little channel here. Says I can science that.
I felt like he was going somewhere else with that, but he somehow bailed out with channel.
Little channel. Yeah. Just got a little channel. Yeah, I mean, we have got a little channel. Thank you for everybody watching. And anybody that will be watching it, listening to it, back in the future. I mean, thanks for watching on this little channel.
Things that are confusing on purpose, like I can prove it's not flat. They know that causes a very confusing reaction in people, and that's why they do it.
Yep.
Did he just say that?
The projection is just out of this world.
By saying you can prove it's not flat causes a very confusing reaction. How to confuse a glober by telling them you can prove it's not flat.
There you go.
Take note. Come on. Well done, Blue. I'm glad you did that. I'm going to have to do that again.
Come up with some good stuff, though.
Yeah. These are some good sound bites.
That's what defines him and his little channel is they say things that are confusing on purpose, like I can prove it's not flat. They know that causes a very confusing reaction in people, and that's why they do it.
Wow. Welcome, everybody. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it would be that, There you go, Essie. That's where the proof conversations took us. By saying you have proof of it not being flat confuses these people. It confuses the blue marble science, and I can science that, into a state of cog dis, probably. I mean, who knows what happens when you confuse them.
That's a new one. Wow.
Yeah, what's the confusion between flat and non-flat?
Well, they want it to be flat. They're flat earthers.
There you go.
I think it's the proof thing, right? They would go like, what, proof? You can't have proof. What are you saying? You've got proof that it's not flat. We've been arguing for 6 years with these flat earthers, and we haven't got a proof that it's not flat. And then they won't hear it. They don't like it. It's arguing. Jem's got it talking about his fame. It's been caught on camera again, arguing like a globe Earth hero. Well done.
Yep.
They're playing a semantic game on purpose.
I keep coming back to the philosophers in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and I keep saying it because I think it's 100% true. It covers these people where they're on about, finding the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything, and they were going to build this giant computer, and one of them says, we demand specifically defined areas of doubt and uncertainty. And that's these guys through and through.
Well done, farmer's boy. Like, you don't have any idea of doubt or any uncertainty at all with you, farmer's boy.
He is such a worm.
Yeah. He's absolutely certain of his science. And his name calling, labeling people, pointing at people. He's absolutely certain of his hatred of me.
Yeah. Well, get back in that box they're trying to put you in.
This is the rise of Farmer's Boy. It's about time Farmer's Boy started coming out of the shadows. He's doing a lot of good talking here. Get out there and start doing some debating, Farmer's Boy.
I'd like to see that.
It's exactly what they want, doubt and uncertainty.
Yeah, shout out
Fruit
to
doesn't give you doubt or uncertainty.
Doofus Manfred in the chat. He pointed out that, and I heard Bev say this, sea level is a point.
Mean sea level is a point, Blue. It's a fucking average on a vertical datum. Now, there's now like misconstruing people and lying. There's no doubt you will be making corrections to all of your shit that you're saying, Blue.
It's like, what?
Well, we're coming back to datums again. He doesn't like datums. Sea level's a vertical datum.
Yeah, they have the damnedest time with concentric circles or concentric spheres or ellipsoids or anything like that.
Yeah.
Awkward.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. How can you have concentric if you don't know where the fucking center is?
They must not be listening to F.E. Dogma, because what was it he said?
It's impossible to have the two tangents.
Yeah.
Concentric circles. It's impossible. But it's also impossible to find the center. Euclid knew that.
Why does it bring on silence like that, though?
Because there is no answer. They're hoping that Blue's going to tell them the answer to it. But it never comes. It's just deathly silence. There's loads of these in this tonight. They've not even got round to I Can Science that doing that much, really, have they? He says a bit, and then everybody else seems to take over. They're all... I think they're all telling him that he doesn't really know what to do. They're giving him a lesson in the science. He can science that, but they're saying, no, this is how you science it. In the globe, right? You have to do it this way.
I think you're right, and we got a taste of that by the way George, spoke to him like, it was me this morning telling you how to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, remember what we talked about this morning? Toe the line.
Can I just celebrate that I got Jem to admit that he doesn't pay attention to science guidelines? Mm-hmm. Thank you, Jem.
I could have told you that.
It depends which science, though. Are we talking about the non-normal science or normal science? Like when, blue marble science-y sort of stuff, or just like actual science, or like social sciences. It's a bit hard to tell which science we're talking about now.
Pseudo, that's their
science
favorite.
In general.
Yeah.
We were just talking about his trip out on the hottest day of the year to shout at people in the street.
Oh, to exercise his right of free speech?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's what most people do to exercise the right to free speech.
Yeah, on the hottest day of the year.
I would say he just needed to exercise.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Well, it's a nice day out, middle of, where was it, Nottingham? I think Jem Panda's been a bit low. I think that's why he's come back. Good to see you back, Jem. You were looking rosy on that day. You could have do with a hat. Next time, get a nice hat, a sun hat. Keep the sun off you.
Don't tell him, Bev, because he doesn't pay attention to any
science.
Yeah. Honestly.
He might have had some sun cream on. Factor 50 or something like that. He looked well, though. It's good to see him out on the streets. Look at this deathly silence. 10 seconds. Come on, somebody speak.
Suddenly a hush fell over the crowd.
Even Blue pointed it out.
That was great.
I thought you were telling us that. I'm going, what?
Yeah, that's
Is Gary still out there in the YouTube chat?
Oh, Gary.
Haven't seen him in a minute or two.
It's got a bit
so he's hanging
empty.
around
Like,
somewhere.
go to Gary in the
Yeah,
chat.
it's not posted for a little while.
I think Gary is starving for some attention a little bit.
Oh, Gary's always starving for attention. Always.
Isn't that what most of these guys do it for?
Yeah.
Point of view compressed angular compression equals flat Earth.
Oh, no, that is a hell of a photo that Charlie Welsh has just put in the Discord.
Oh, let me see that.
The ISS
Oh, yeah.
over Stonehenge. I mean,
Gorgeous.
wow. Yeah. Wow,
That's
says it all.
beautiful.
I want to know the camera settings and the conditions he had to get to, 1, get the ISS transit, 2, get the atmospheric conditions of the sunset being the way it is, and 3, the galactic center.
Yeah, what's that Milky Way image?
Yeah, I've got 3 letters for you, mate. I'll start with a C, give you a G, end with an I. We're done.
The fucking long exposure time lapse. It's just perfect. Just, luck.
If I can move that over and blow that up. There you go.
HDR.
Let everybody out on YouTube have a look at that. That is a gorgeous picture, isn't it?
Put that as your desktop background.
So that's not photoshopped in any way then. That galactic or that the sort of stars there, that which looks like a bit of the Milky Way is genuinely there, is it?
Well, I've just this photo was posted on Reddit. Oh, actually, in the subreddit I'm a member of. Damn, that's interesting. And there's a somebody's copied a message from the guy who actually took the photo. Finally, after 2 failed attempts due to cloud, I finally got the ISS passing Stonehenge. Blah, 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 blah. For this, I knew I could use the tracker due to my experience in using it. So much so, exposure time was easy. 4 minutes at f4 and ISO 400 with a Canon RAW and my 15mm IREX Firefly lens. The foreground shot was 2 minutes f ISO 640, which makes it sound like it's
a stacked
multiple
It's
exposure.
a composite.
It's a composite image.
I was going to say,
That's
how do you
how
get
they
it?
do the high dynamic range photos. You can get very dim images and very bright images. And
That Milky Way isn't
merge them
real
together
either.
in the same
That's
photo.
that's all
a
a
lot of people
composite.
do that with the
But when you
Orion
do it-
Nebula also.
Yeah, that's crazy because when you do a time lapse, all of those lights would be tracking.
Yep.
So it has to. I mean, there's no other way. It has to be a layered, stacked photo.
You've got Stonehenge, one photo. You've got the sky, another photo. You've got this line here, something completely different, and then you've got the Milky Way.
But that's
and
part
then
of
some sort of a blend between the two, all of them together.
But that's like anybody that's done any kind of long exposure or time lapse, you'd know that if one light was showing that line, all of those lights would, especially if you've done Star Trail.
Mm-hmm. I've never even seen this Milky Way. Yeah. I mean, we do live in light pollution. I've never been anywhere without, we was hoping to go to a dark sky and hope that I can get something like that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't even know whether it'd be like that in that direction. In the UK, Stonehenge. I haven't got a clue. But these are the experts. Blue marble science. I mean, if this isn't blue marble science, then I don't know what it is.
They'll take a short exposure and some long exposures, and they'll blend them together. So that way you can see the core without blowing out all the stuff, just to see the dimmer stuff at the edges.
Right. So everything is actually there. They were just taken at different times, with different camera settings.
Sounds like it. Yeah. So there's stacked images.
It looks like it's two shots. It's the ISS
4,
and then a separate one in the foreground.
Right.
There's a lot of cameras that'll do that for you already. If you have a camera that has an HDR feature, when you turn on the HDR and you press the shutter on your camera, it'll take 2 or 3 shots right in a row and merge them together right inside the camera.
So it is a genuine image. It may be photoshopped together in some ways, but the point is those images were there. They're just the contrast enabling you to see them. The extra sensitivity on some parts of the image are improved over others. So it's not like that image of the galactic bit is being taken off another image and then imposed on there.
Oh, Rumpus is in.
Welcome, Rumpus. But just enhanced.
You've got 2 photos in that shot. You've got the foreground, which presumably is the ground and Stonehenge, and then I think taken at the same time but with different settings, or taken within sort of minutes or seconds or however. You've got the sky and the ISS transit and.
Wow, the misunderstanding here is off the charts.
You couldn't get all that with one shot, could you? Because the settings for one wouldn't be right for the other part.
Analysing these photos.
Yeah, the sky's too bright. If you've got that sunset there, you'd have problems.
Once somebody said stacked image, then they had to
But even so,
backwater.
that's a hell of a shot. That's
even so, that's a hell of a shot. But even though it's
I can science that on being hassled by Bev and crew last night. God, I told Science that these guys are not nice before he went into them a couple of the first time. I said,
especially
Rumpus is the one that poisoned the well then.
Yep, thanks, Rumpus.
Yeah, well done, Rumpus. Why are we not
We're
nice?
wondering who.
Just because Rumpus has got a fucking problem with us. No need to pass it on to your friends, Rumpus. That's pretty bad.
That Rakia.
Yeah, he seems to have got worse. Rakia's got over the last year. He's just got worse and worse and worse and worse, hasn't he? And I told Isan that because I can say that was like going in there trying to be reasonable, trying to be nice, as normal people are. And I'd say
now, don't forget when we were talking to I Can Science that. He did agree, and he took Rumpus's thing off by saying that, yes, Rumpus is too nasty. Rumpus is the one that's telling everybody that poison in the well, Rumpus. I'm guessing that's part of Blue Marble science tactics.
Same with conspiracy.
Yeah, but if we're so bad, right? Why does he keep inviting me, Askin, Mobius to go over and have a chat? I don't get it. We're bad, right?
He wants to get you on his channel, doesn't he? He perhaps wants to just practice live streaming and stuff from his channel for when he goes to do his test.
Yeah,
but if we're so bad, right? Why would he have us over?
You have to help him out, right? Because he knows when he does go to do his test, if he ever does go to do his test at Bedford levels, then he's going to be pretty bad in extreme conditions. He needs to try and test out some of the worst conditions.
Oh, I see. Okay, all right. Yeah.
I said I'd help him out, but I think it's a bit too bad for him. He doesn't want to get the conditions to get that bad.
That's DEFCON 5. He doesn't want to go there. Yeah.
But I warned him. These people are not nice, but they go in there and then they get burnt. Well, not well. They're abused anyway. Perhaps that's a bit of. And I was feeling quite sorry for our consultant.
I can pinpoint the moment where Rakia went from being okay to being complete and utterly bonkers.
Go on then.
Yeah, go on. Can't just say that. Was that it? That's a teaser, is it? Right.
Is he seriously not going to pinpoint it?
Oh, they're so weird.
Blatant claim and then nothing there. Deathly silence. Man, this is poor for science. Scientific. The non-scientific method. Make claim. Ask to justify it. Just silence.
Yeah. And shout out Rakia, by the way.
Yeah,
Nug
yeah.
Life.
Yeah. Shout out Rakia.
Oh, you guys are walking right into it.
Christ, this is where it's a Rocky Horror when he goes anticipate.
Yeah, I know the
It
Ryman
was
hypothesis, but I'm not telling anybody.
Yeah.
No, it was the nugget incident.
Oh, the chicken nuggets, yes. Now you come to mention it, yeah, you could well have a point there.
Story.
I
did not hear about Rakia and his chicken nuggets. What?
Rakia went to a shop and ordered some chicken nuggets. Strips.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. That's fucking hilarious, isn't it? Imagine somebody ordering chicken strips from a shop. Wow, that killed his argument, didn't it?
What happened?
Yeah, we need
Well,
explanation.
it was his moment because he pulled into Macca's, ordered, I think it was McDonald's, ordered like
probably
30 or 50 nuggets.
Whilst he was, in the live stream, and we heard it all. Him ordering this, mountain of nuggets, and of course, mercilessly took the piss ever after. And he tried to own it. He tried to own the whole nugget thing, but yeah, I think you might be right. I think that's when he, went off the rails, as it were.
Well, I would say off the rails, but no, that was when we combined our forces, and that's where Nug Life was made.
Shout out Nug Life.
Yeah. Shout out Nug
And the
Life.
song. Shout out Buster.
Life, yeah, Nug Life was the start of Buster's music with us.
Yeah.
That's right.
I was just thinking, I
Thank
was
you.
like, I wouldn't have ever done what I'm doing now if that meant for Nug Life.
Yeah. So shout out Rakia. Shout out Nug Life. Shout out those
Shout out
nuggets.
all those chickens out there. Yeah.
And anybody that does buy nuggets, we're definitely not like these guys, these scientists. We have nothing against chicken nuggets over here either.
Can you science
Nugget
chicken
prejudice.
nuggets?
What was that?
Can you science chicken nuggets?
He said
I'm dying here.
30 to 50.
Yeah.
A mountain of nuggets, he said.
Yeah, he's probably buying it for all the workmen or something. You know what Rakia is like.
Yeah, like you never been to KFC farmers? You never been to a chicken shop? Yeah.
Wow, these guys think that's an argument. It's pretty sad, but hey, that's not science for you.
Yeah, he went full Nug Life.
Yeah.
Once again, thank
He's
you.
got worse
You
with
brought us
this sort of-
Buster.
It's a linear progression he's had to be getting from. He was initially, he was actually trying to be quite nice and reasonable, but he's now got worse than ever. And he complains about people over talking and things, but that's what he does more than anybody else. Actually, almost as much as Bev. Well, even more than Bev. I mean, I was just watching.
You're
him
looking
with
for the
Dan
word
Waterman.
exponential. It was an exponential.
Yeah, I mean, he's just now on with Dan the Waterman, who has now went on to Bev's. I was just watching it for the last half an hour, and they're abusing like crazy and Rakia, and he would answer
abusing him. Rumpus has got some skewed science here.
Very skewed.
At least we know Rumpus is sticking up for Dan the Waterman. So that's a good sign for him. You're in there, Dan. You get in with these guys. Stick your flat earth cape. These people want to talk to you. You're a good man to these people.
With abusing the guy, he sort of answers slightly back and then
Rumpus won't abuse you over there. Definitely not.
Rakia came in, why are you interrupting us? You know, and they'd just been getting this poor Dan the Waterman, who doesn't seem like a particularly nice guy either, was getting abuse from everyone, and I was actually feeling quite sorry for him. And then Rakia
Have
was
they not realised that he's one of them?
Yeah, well, the abuse that he was getting abused.
Dan the Waterman is not one of them, if you mean one of us.
Absolutely not.
But I don't know what that he means by that. Dan the Waterman is a flat earther, as was we found out last night. I didn't know who Dan the Waterman was till we found out last night. He can come back and have a chat with us anytime he wants. I don't think we abused him or anything. I think Rumpus probably would. I hope he comes in there. That'd be good. He's been listening into these people. Get over there.
Used to being a flat earther, and they all, of course, saying they're not, and of course they are. And then he was using, and he also one of Bev's favourite tricks, of course, is to not detail a question. Is you do realise how do you deal with the contradictions of the Earth not being flat? Then, not detailing, of course, what he's talking about is the topography. I mean, you can obnoxious twats do this a lot. They don't give you a full question or something. They give half the information because that's their sort of private knowledge. They're trying to get you to then ask them what the rest of your question actually is and the details that may enable you to answer. It's a classic debating ploy of wankers. And so
Did anybody hear that? What Rumpus was saying then? Because I mean, he is talking to the Globe Science people. Do you want to
I heard him.
Yeah, I
heard him say that other people are abusive, and then he just became abusive, calling twats and other kinds of names.
Try and get what Rumpus says, because Rumpus has this tactic of half saying sentences, doubling them back, changing the words, restarting, but then never finishing that sentence and picking up from the earlier sentence that he half finished. It's very clever. It leaves people in a state of confusion. But the Globe Earth scientist imagines whatever they want out of what Rumpus was saying. They imagine Rumpus is very clever and then imagine Globe-like what their outcome wanted to be. And then they say, oh, it's genius. That works very well in my head. Listen.
Exponential. It was an exponential.
Yeah. I mean, he's just now on with Dan the Waterman, who has now went on to Bev's. I was just watching it for the last half an hour, and they're abusing like crazy. And Rakia, he would answer, they were abusing the guy. He sort of answered slightly back, and then Rakia came in, why are you interrupting us? You know, and they'd just been getting this poor Dan the Waterman, who doesn't seem like a particularly nice guy either, was getting abuse from everybody, and I was actually feeling quite sorry for him. And then Rakia
have they not realised that he's one of them?
Yeah, well, the abuse that he was getting abuse of being a flat earther, and they all, of course, saying they're not, and of course they are. And then he was using, and he also one of Bev's favourite tricks, of course, is to not detail a question. Is you do realise how do you deal with the contradictions of the Earth not being flat? Then, not detailing, of course, what he's talking about is the topography. I mean, you can obnoxious twats do this a lot. They don't give you a full question or something. They give half the information because that's their sort of private knowledge. They're trying to get you to then ask them what the rest of your question actually is and the details that may enable you to answer. It's a classic debating ploy of wankers. And so he was then
I must note that I'm sorry, people. I wasn't aware that there was so much swearing allowed in Blue Marble Science with Rumpus. I mean, we know Rumpus is like that, and we do try and keep it down to a minimum over here. But it seems as though Blue Marble Science is allowing his co-host, Rumpus, to be a little bit free with his. I mean, it may be late at night sort of stuff. After hours, but we're reviewing it on the Saturday daytime, and I apologize for this sort of stuff. I wasn't aware that Rumpus was being so free with his swear words.
Well, they're just a charity.
Globe science. I mean, suppose the technical words that are used in globe science.
We said you don't detail why it's not flat, but you do because there's topography. But then he says you say topography, which is actually detailing of it not being flat.
Yeah, the different elevations are the marked as topography.
Yeah.
But Rumpus knows better than that, right? Call people a few names, and somebody will agree with him now. And
the poor guy was saying, well, what are you talking about? And then eventually it turned out that, of course, he was talking about the Earth. You know, there are hills and valleys and God knows what. And so then the guy was getting a little bit annoyed about this. Said, well, of course, we all know that. And then Bev saying, oh, well, so it's not flat then. I mean, and this argument that he uses about they're not flat earthers because there are hills and valleys, it's so desperate. I mean, he's so desperate to avoid being labelled as a flat earther that he would use an argument that no one believes that there are no hills and valleys. So when people declare themselves...
Well, actually, you see, Sleeping Warrior said we were autistic for noticing there are mountains and valleys. So when Rumpus says nobody actually says that, well, yes, they do. The flat earthers say that, Rumpus. We are not flat earthers, so we don't say that. Well, in fact, the globe earthers and the flat earthers say that. And we're neither of those, so we just stick to reality and say, yeah, it's not flat. Provably so.
As flat earthers, they're clearly not declaring themselves as not believing in hills and valleys. So what does he think they're claiming? They're claiming the underlying geometry of the Earth, aren't they? And that's
the underlying geometry of the Earth. I think we're going to now. Well, realizing Euclid. There we go. Wonder what is the underlying geometry? It's an interesting question. Nicely done, Rumpus. Thank you very much.
Even Riley has had a go at them for saying that. I mean, when you've got the likes of Riley telling you that you're an idiot, I mean...
When you've got the likes of Farmer's Boy supporting Riley, you know you're onto something there as well, don't you? When Farmer's Boy is teaming up with Riley to come after Bev for saying he can realize Euclid, then I think we're on to a winner.
Fuck me.
That is pretty fucking bad. But what are the chances that Rakia and others have been watching and or hanging around with Darth Dawkins?
They couldn't understand. No, they couldn't understand. No, Darth Dawkins is too intellectual.
They don't understand what topology is versus topography.
Indeed, yes.
That was funny.
Or invariable.
Brenda for that one. That was so funny.
Did you hear him 3 days ago? Bev did not know what invariably meant.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is a guy that didn't know. This is a guy who didn't know what great circles were until I told him 2 months ago. This is a guy who doesn't know what a radian is. This is a guy who didn't know what longitude was, and he thought it was the time, and he had to be told, no, it's an angle on the Earth. So this is why we have latitude and longitude positions for things. And he didn't know that. I mean, this guy is a moron.
Rumpus is actually just bullshitting at every one of those things right there.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously so. It's all recorded. So it's quite obvious who is the person. That's pure projection on Rumpus's part. Pure projection. And everybody knows. I'd call that slander.
Rumpus, did you
defamation of character? I'd say that is there from Rumpus.
You say longinus or longitude?
Longitude.
They may have been confusing it with a watch.
He's just confused, isn't he? And I know he's a devious wanker. I mean, the fact that he uses this flat argument because he's trying to dispel the label. He doesn't want to be labelled flat earther, and this is clearly a piece where he is trying to be deceptive. This is not him being stupid. And same with this Euclid realize.
he's going into slander, but this is interesting.
Argument, because he's trying to dispel the label. He doesn't want to be labelled flat earther, and this is clearly a piece where he is trying to be deceptive. This is not him being stupid. And same with this Euclid realized trick. He's trying to give
trick. Wow, geometry isn't a trick, Rumpus. Not a trick. It's called geometry.
Is this what they do all day?
I'm taking it, yeah.
Is take a person and just rip them to shreds? Like, is that their daily task, or is it just you?
I think it's
that they do
maybe
this
just
with?
me at the moment. I don't know.
No, they definitely focus on Bev. I can tell you that. Like laser.
Yeah, I mean, this is blatant slander by Rumpus here. That I don't think this is within the Discord terms of service.
It's just like a bunch of kids sat in a playground somewhere going, it's awful. It's not, none of it is constructive at all.
Yes.
They should be they really should be ashamed of themselves.
And letting Rumpus do this. Rumpus, like, Blue's just taking a back seat now. Oh, good, Rumpus is here. Rumpus can slander the shit out of Bev for no apparent reason.
Yeah, and he'll always have fucking farmers to back him and just say those, they just constantly negative about you or the test or anything to do with horizontal. And now they're, I don't know, from what I saw or heard the other day, going over the water level.
Yeah.
Like it's some sort of proof of fucking something for them. I mean, it's beyond,
I can imagine.
It's beyond even.
Yeah, I can imagine them sat as a group in a pub, and anybody says the wrong thing or doesn't understand a word that they spout. Are they just going to turn around and do what they've just done?
No chance. Not in real life.
No.
Are you kidding? They'll hide, tuck under the table.
I mean, is that what grumpy old men do nowadays? Is they sit in a room and just...
They've always done it.
It appears so, yeah.
It's very strange.
They wouldn't
they've
have the
always done
guts to look you in the eye, most of them, Emma.
Oh, the George has been saying that he is. He's going to punch
fucking
me.
going for it.
With the exception of
George
Jem,
has said
I
he's
must
going to
say.
punch me until blood comes out of my face.
Yeah. But even Jem is a feisty one, huh? I got to give him credit. He went out in the street.
He was armed with a stick.
Yeah.
Yep, they're so.
But yeah.
Yeah.
The answer to Emma's question is no, they would not react like that in real life. No chance.
Oh, I think some of them would. I'm only little.
Yeah.
I'm only little, and
would.
there'd be 4 or 5 of them, and they'd be poking and prodding, and they definitely would. This is what globe science is like.
That's how you get your point across.
Yeah, you can't say that they wouldn't be like that in real life because they're so big and brave on the internet. They'd definitely be like this in real life. Yeah,
it's too much, too funny.
But
too worried about fucking even saying hello to a group of people that are looking at the same thing they're looking at, like with the instruments that they wanted to look at it with on a bridge. Like that was the weird shit right there. It's like people thinking that there's two sides. Easily swept away by that, a lot of people. Because it's the same, isn't it, in sport and patriotism and whatever. Pick your side.
Yeah, support the team. Yeah. No matter what.
Can't stand on your own. You're too small, you see.
Consensus. That's their game. That's their god. It's
well,
a white
no, it's
coat.
Fucking works
coercion.
and all.
Rumpus is coercing them here. He's poisoning the well.
Or
Like,
Rumpus is the whole different ball.
Who is going to stand up against Rumpus in that room there right now when Rumpus is like he is? Because you put yourself in the firing line of any of this stuff now with Rumpus. He's ready
Rumpus is
and
like-
aiming to point fingers at people and call people morons and all sorts of other swear words, as though that's globe science. Blue Marble's allowing it. That's the sort of stuff that Blue Marble accepts now.
Yep.
Did you guys know that Flight to Flat Earth is taking on somebody named Howard on Modern Day Debate? Right
Howard
now?
Stirrup.
Oh my god.
Howard who?
Howard Stirrup, is it?
I don't know.
From Tenerife.
I just saw it advertised and just wanted to let you guys know in case you're interested.
Nah.
Okay.
I wonder how he fares. You know.
Howard's
Up against Spike
Howard's
the
been
Flat
up
Earth.
against them is like a regular. they bill their time every 1 month or whatever. There's only a certain amount of people
Well,
that can
go
talk to Fight
over.
the Flat Earth, and they have to be.
And they
compliant.
go over something they haven't the previous. Like if they haven't gone over there, they'll just make sure they cover every single topic.
Yeah.
I
Again,
find it hard to listen. I find it hard to listen to him. I don't know how people talk to him.
Yeah. Well, he was. It was good to listen to, just to realize that there are people out there like that, and that
Oh, yeah.
people follow people like that.
But once I found out
That's
who he
the thing.
was, and he maintains that same idiotic position all the time, and I just can't deal with it.
Exactly.
Right, we'll carry on with this.
Sort of credibility from using the word Euclid in his measurement of the real Earth. And of course, Euclid has got nothing to do with measuring the real Earth. Euclid is something that's deductive.
Euclid has got nothing to measuring the real Earth, did he say?
Nothing to do
Is that,
with.
Rumpus
Nothing to
say
do
that?
with.
That
Yeah.
was Rumpus and Globe Science. There we go.
Argument because he's trying to dispel the label. He doesn't want to be labelled flat earther, and this
He's
is
not
clearly
a
a piece
flat
where he is trying to be deceptive. This is not him being stupid. And same with this Euclid realized trick. He's trying to gain some sort of credibility from using the word Euclid in his measurement of the real Earth. And of course, Euclid has got nothing to do with measuring the real Earth. Euclid is something that's deductive. It starts from some.
It's
We're measuring the
deductive.
fucking war.
Thank you very
Straight
much,
line.
Rumpus. I mean, that's all we're after. Deductive.
Underlying geometry.
Yeah, I like it. It's deductive. You can come up with reasoning powers. Deduce an answer. That's very good. At least Rumpus is halfway there. At least he knows. He's told them all now.
Basic principles and then deduces everything from there, and it's provable. So if you were to do
It's provable. It's provable.
a test that disproved, so
Well,
for
he's
instance,
got the
let's suppose this test
paralogisms, hasn't he?
Yeah.
disagreed with Euclid, well, that would mean you'd got it wrong, because
No way. No way. Take this on, right? The nerve of Rumpus to walk in there and say this to a group of... I mean, how stupid does he think these are? He must think the Globers are absolutely stupid.
gain some sort of credibility from using the word Euclid in his measurement of the real Earth. And of course, Euclid has got nothing to do with measuring the real Earth. Euclid is something that's deductive. It starts from some basic principles and then deduces everything from there, and it's provable. So if you were to do a test that disproved, so for instance, let's suppose his test disagreed with Euclid. Well, that would mean you'd got it wrong, because Euclid is provable from first principles, and you don't use real-world tests to prove Euclid. You use logic.
Wow, man.
What's
the problem with that?
Something must have hit him over the head.
Yeah, but Rumpus doesn't even realise now that geometry in Euclid is based on logic. It's entirely
know.
logical.
It's great.
Rumpus. I mean, like, confuse the globers as much as you want with your double talk. It doesn't support the globe model. You know it doesn't. He said in that video yesterday, there are no geometric proofs of the globe model. Yet now he's saying Euclid is provable.
Thanks, Rumpus.
So
Not
that
we
means
needed
that
you.
none of the Euclidean proofs support the globe model, like we've been saying all along.
Yep.
Game over, Rumpus. Game over.
And if it did agree with it, then you've just simply agreed with the logic in Euclid. I mean, so from that point of view, he doesn't, and he doesn't realise this, of course. He thinks you can derive a proof of the shape of the Earth from first principles, from
No shape of the Earth. You cannot derive a shape of the Earth, Rumpus. But you can do Euclidean proofs in reality, like you've just agreed to us. We're not measuring the shape of the Earth. We are not obsessed with the shape of the Earth. Sad, Rumpus. Take the Earth and the model out of your mind and just realise Euclid.
the axioms of Euclid. And you can't. You've got to measure the Earth. You've got to interact with the physicality. And of course, Euclid says nothing about horizontal, vertical, down, or horizons. None of those things are in Euclid, except where he refers to it as a piece of paper, drawing a line across a horizontal on a piece of paper.
Rumpus,
Because all those
you
things
have
are
just
real world
pointed
things.
Yeah, you're just pointing out the logical fallacies here. Logical inconsistency of what is said and what is meant, not matching each other.
Well, I'm demonstrating the principle that if you're going to talk about the real world, which is what Bev sort of claims he does, sometimes he says, sometimes he doesn't. It's a physical thing. You have to go out there and you have to interact with it. It's not a priori, it's a posteriori. In other words, it's something to do with your senses. You have to go out in the world. You get subjected to the laws of the reality, laws of physics, gravity down, horizons and things. And these are all things that are not defined by Euclid or any geometric or deductive proof. Deductive proofs come from the axioms of, parallel lines and God knows what, and from that you end up with these
parallel lines. Really, is that the axiom that he chose? The parallel line axiom. Nicely, it's a definition. The parallel lines, Rumpus, but a good try.
And God knows what.
Yeah, he doesn't know the rest. He misrepresents the triangle axiom and forgets about the definition of parallel lines, and then God knows what else. Just that other stuff as well that goes in it. Just all of that other first principles stuff. That's why realizing Euclid is so good. It teaches you logic, it teaches you geometry, it teaches you to think. So thank you, Rumpus, for telling the Globers out there. I'm not too sure what they understood of it, but I'm not too sure what you understood of it either. But thanks for trying anyway. At least we know you're trying.
Geometric shapes and geometric principles. But these, if you have a conflict between the real world and these geometric principles, you've got it wrong.
If you have a conflict between the real world and the Euclidean principles, you've got it wrong, says Rumpus. I hope there's nobody with any conflicts or anything that don't go with Euclidean geometry, because Rumpus is just shat all over it. Watch out for those contradictions.
Because the geometric principles are defined and logically provable. So it doesn't matter what you do in the real world with them. Because there's bound to be a mismatch anyway between what you do in the real world. I mean, the Earth is not a perfect sphere. It's not even a perfect oblate sphere. It's all wiggly. So, there's no real...
It's not even a perfect, even though that's what I Can Science That said the other day. And I said to him, I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that the oceans of the Earth form a perfect sphere. But like Rumpus has just said, it's not perfect. So Rumpus is proving my point again the other day. Thank you very much, Rumpus. I can science that. I'd have a word with Rumpus.
Match between the stuff mentioned in Euclid and perfect geometry, which is dealing with abstract shapes, and the real world. It's close, and we obviously use the rules. We say, well, the Earth is a sort of oblate, a sort of spheroid, and then we can use a bit of geometry to model it, and then we use a theoretical model on the real world, and then we get answers that are close to what we see in the real world. But we've had to say, right, here.
Rumpus is, like, again, this is another one of the tactics that Rumpus does, and no doubt it confuses the shit out of everyone. But Rumpus has just said Euclidean proofs are relatable to reality, and if it doesn't apply to the Euclidean proofs, then you've likely made a mistake. But Rumpus is just about to turn that upside down, I'm guessing. Contradiction talk from Rumpus.
Here's something in the real world we think we've got. We'll then use the principles, the geometric abstract principles that are logically provable in Euclid, like what would be the tangent to a sphere. But that's something that's provable only in geometry. So you can't have geometry telling us what the shape of the Earth is. You can only say, go in the real world, here's what we think the Earth is, and then use some geometric principles to sort of help you work out some other aspects of it. And he doesn't realize this. He thinks you can prove that the Earth is a sphere from first principles, and that's what his test is about. Realizing Euclid. He doesn't realize that if it disagrees with Euclid, what he's doing, then he's done it wrong. And of course he has done it wrong, because he thinks he's dealing with parallel lines. And that's the first premise, as I was pointing out yesterday. He's got a premise in this proving Euclid that all these lines are parallel, and they're not.
Didn't he just say that the parallel axiom within Euclid? Very strange, really awkward, Rumpus. I'd like you to explain it to the guys next time, but without trying to go backwards and forwards. Brad Wegner, that is Brad the science guy in the chat there, says you can realise Euclid with a few pieces of spaghetti in your phone. Which is really
that never
weird,
gets old.
Brad, because Rumpus has just said you can't realise Euclid. But he did say you could realise Euclid. So, I mean, contradictory terms. Doing it with spaghetti, doing it with water levels, whether you can do it or you can't do it. Both things can happen, but just not you, or maybe me. But, I mean, who knows? Anyone can. This is globe science that we're dealing with now. Rumpus is the expert. Contradictory science. If it isn't contradictory, then it's definitely not part of the science that we're talking about.
I'd say.
Oh, Dan, I've just been listening to you being abused. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
Straight when you came here. I've just heard you being abused like crazy, and you had all of my sympathies.
Yes.
Real.
Uh-oh. This is Dan. Just coming in now. Hope Dan's still listening. This is from yesterday. Dan, this is Dan. The waterman.
The flat earther.
He's been abused. Let's see Rumpus will welcome him in. This will be telling.
I hate to go after the British, but it's always the same argument. It's like, you phrased it differently. I didn't phrase anything. I think you phrased it differently. Well, I'm not sure that's actually a phrase. And it's like, you never get to the subject. It's all about semantics.
No, Bev's a bit special, Dan. If you talk to us or Farmer's Boy here, other British people, we don't behave like that.
Rumpus,
he is an absolute wanker.
Rumpus, you're special too, don't get me wrong. But I'm going to blame Blue and everyone else for giving Bev any time of day. Because I went there thinking that they have their shit together. Maybe if you guys had a beef with them, maybe they had something going on. And I couldn't find traction for a moment as an ally. And it started with...
They're not genuine.
Yeah, it started with...
not genuine people, mate.
It was amazing. They started with, "Hey, you were over at Blues, so you must be a troll." Well,
Yeah.
they didn't look at chat. They didn't look like I hung out for a while. I hung out muted. I was barely welcome. They don't see that, right? They don't see anything. They're fucking.
Yeah, they abused you straight away, and you barely had a chance to say anything, and they deliberately.
I saw Dan the Waterman in the chat, and he was saying some really weird model afflicted shit. I commented on it because it seemed really weird. Not the sort of thing that we have in our chat. Not even a troll acts the way he was acting in the chat. I mean, Dan the Waterman is a different... I've never experienced anything like Dan the Waterman. I still don't know what Dan the Waterman is. I'm thinking possibly Flat Earth Society. Heavily model afflicted. Definitely. But hey, I'll let Rumpus and Dan have their little love fest together.
Misinterpreted what you said every time. They deliberately chose to misunderstand you. So, for instance, I can't remember now, but there were about 10 occasions when you said something and they deliberately misinterpreted it. And that, I'm afraid that's Bev is a bit special. Don't label us British. Someone said I was a bit special, but at least I believe I engage with people honestly, and he doesn't. He is a dishonest wanker. He's one of the most objectionable people in this community, along with Nathan Oakley and QE. He's a very special case, so please don't label us Brits of anything to do with him. He is an obnoxious, deceiving, very stupid, ignorant wanker.
I apologize, Rumpus.
You anti-British, you.
Wow, he's apologising to Rumpus. After Rumpus has just gone on that absolute slanderous fucking whatever, telling everybody his own personal beefs that he has and his own personal hatred over things. And he's only hating on us because we've caught him out many times as a liar. It's a deceitful shit. Yeah, everybody knows. Even Dan knows how bad Rumpus is. But, I mean, they're teaming up together. That should tell you quite a lot.
I'll second that and quite possibly third it and fourth it as well.
Yeah, definitely.
He is a wanker.
You can't leave that shit on your screen, Blue. You can't be talking about.
See, I don't know whether Dan's going to do anything about this here, but obviously, Blue Marble allows people to just swear and hate on people. I know it's me. It's only me. It's only Bev. But, I mean, yeah, Rumpus and Blue Marble Science is definitely allowing this. He's not telling anybody to calm down. This is allowed in Blue Marble Science.
About him anymore. It's awful.
Well, he's one of the few flat earthers to actually present some sort of geometric argument that opposes it. And whereas the other flat earthers don't. They don't offer any. Well, he can't do maths, of course, but at least he does offer some sort of geometrical argument. He's also claimed to have done these silly measurements, and actually answering these things like his water level test does involve us having to think about it a bit. And he makes claims about level is horizontal, and he knows what an auto level is. And many other flat earthers, say the Euclids of this world or QE, quantum arrays that you may have come across, they don't actually know about these things. They just simply make strange comments. Well, actually, Bev does as well, that you can't have angles, for instance, to a curve.
Listen to Rumpus.
So Bev actually does try and use...
I hope everybody's listening to Rumpus's technique here, where he half says sentences and then backs them up and says other things and changes whatever he says. No, actually, he says halfway through things. It's crazy.
Some geometric arguments, and that's what makes him a little bit above the more normal twats, but he's obnoxious and deceiving with it.
Hey, Rumpus, I somewhat have to agree with Dan here. I've been turning on, muting, on and off listening for the past 2 hours, and I just find it, I'm somewhat awestruck how intelligent, university, educated people that we find in BMS server will spend so much time talking about a moronic nobody like Bev, constantly, day after day. You guys have raised him to a level of a celebrity.
Yeah, I came here just to give you shit for it. Really, I did. I'm like, come on.
Well, you could argue with doing that with any flat earther is pointless. I mean, QE, for instance, he's a moron who doesn't understand he denies gravity. He doesn't understand. He claims that gas not, there's no such thing as space. You can argue that, but actually, but answering these people is actually quite challenging intellectually. So even though they're making stupid comments, us to go through the process of showing that, for instance, the things like in space that are supposedly at 2,000 degrees C you aren't going to melt, to set things like that, or what space is, or the other various other arguments are actually quite, as you know, George, they're quite demanding intellectually.
Oh, you have answered these questions over and over for the past 4 years. It's the same questions being answered over and over again.
Okay, George, but this rect
How many
measurement that I'm
different
doing.
ways do you have to answer the question?
Well, George,
I
I
actually
mean,
agree
it's
with
me down,
George
for instance,
here.
doing this
There's
rect
no
measurement.
challenge to it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he started off by trying to pretend that he wasn't watching the show. He started off saying, I've been watching Bev for 2 hours, and
Yeah, it's sad, but yeah, George is the one that he's been trying to get everybody away from us, isn't he? George is the one that wanted us out of Blue Marble Sciences because he thinks we're not university educated. George thinks the only people that can go over to Blue Marble Science are the university educated ones. He doesn't realise that most of us over here are actually university educated too. Or there may be some, I mean, who knows? But George, in his intellectually superior position that George Nutsack comes from, he's telling everybody now they're too obsessed with me, which yes, they are. But they can't stop it. Rumpus can't stop it. That's all Rumpus has got.
I mean, to be fair, most of us, maybe none of us, have been fired by HP, but except George.
I wouldn't know about that. Wouldn't know what they're doing.
How long does this little grumpy old man fest last for?
Well, there's another. Thank you. There's another hour, but I don't know how much longer they're going to go on for, right? Because somebody's told them now that they've definitely been talking about me for too long already. I mean, he did 2 or 3 hours yesterday.
Yeah, they're going to spend the next hour discussing how they shouldn't be discussing you.
Do you reckon? I think Rumpus will still say it's too strong and he has to do it. This Euclid thing's getting him trouble too much. Rumpus has to obfuscate like fuck about it. Listen to him.
Come on.
Well, actually, there's a challenge to do that this Bedford Levels test with the benefit of Dan the Waterman thing. That's been a challenge, and you and I have discussed in the initial design, which you helped me with. That's been a challenge. So actually doing those things, they're not for the benefit of Bev, they're for the benefit of ourselves.
Has nothing to do with Bev and his
Yeah,
minions.
but it's to do with flat earthers. In other words, I'm saying that they've inspired us to learn about subjects to a greater degree. So, for instance, I had difficulty.
So Rumpus has just admitted that researching flat Earth has inspired him. Why should it be a bad thing? People looking into flat Earth. Rumpus isn't a flat earther, but he said that looking into flat Earth has inspired him. What's up with him? How many contradictory views do you want to have? It's either inspired you to do stuff or it hasn't inspired you to do stuff. Or you're obsessed with it. One or the other. Rumpus, you know you can't come and talk because you talk contradictions constantly. And we spot them. That's what we do. We spot contradictions that people say. We spot fallacies within arguments. And Rumpus, you're full of shit. You know it. Everybody else knows it. These Globers know it. The only way you can carry on is just to keep talking. Like this.
Justifying heliocentrism until about 5 years ago, although I knew it obviously was. But actually, if you would have asked, if you had no information, if you just put in a field, 10,000 years ago and said, right, now prove that the Earth is we're in a heliocentric solar system, there are problems in doing that. And working these things out from first principles is useful. So that although you're saying we're giving Bev, they're making us ask questions that actually do involve a lot of intellectual exercise in answering properly.
But that happened.
Wow. Nice answering there, Rumpus. Try thinking.
Rumpus works for Mike Jones.
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you very much, Rumpus, because that's the idea of Try Thinking channel. Just to get you intellectually inspired. So I take a bow. Thank you very much, Rumpus.
Happened 5 years ago. It's the same stuff over and over. Go ahead, knock yourself out. Let them live rent free in your head.
George, you were on bloody Bev's just this evening. You can't moan about us doing it when you were there this evening.
I wasn't there.
You were commenting in the YouTube chat. They were talking.
No way. George and Rumpus are having a father-son domestic about who's allowed to come over and comment about Bev. Oh, come here, son. Knuckle rub in the head.
About you were there last night. You can't moan about us doing it if you do it as well.
I was in the chat talking to.
There we go. Hypocritical,
Gadget
George.
Inspector. I'm not talking to Bev or these guys
Gadget
about their
Inspector's
flat
just
earth
as bad.
nonsense. Forget it.
Gadget Inspector is just as.
Uh-oh. Gadget Inspector as well. That's your little love there. Is Gadget around? He might not be watching today. Rumpus and George having a domestic?
As bad. He lied, for instance, that I'd cancelled Wrecked because you couldn't be there or something. He made that up. He's a liar. He's a lying wanker, just like Bev. And you were interacting with him,
Rumpus.
and he told you a lie
George.
about the fact that what was it? There's some
Blue.
bot there that was
Oh,
muting you.
Jeez, get over it,
that on your
Rumpus.
channel?
Jesus, let it go. You know,
Well, I'm just pointing out
I
that
might have been in there for 10, 15 minutes talking to Gadget. Here you've been going on and on for 2 hours every day, day after day about Bev. My God.
He loves
Why?
me. I know.
I haven't been on. I haven't.
I will say this. Since I decided to stop poking the fuckwits, life has gotten so much better and more enjoyable.
Yeah.
What you've been doing more enjoyable than
Actually expanding my work and everything away from the computer.
You're riding a motorcycle.
Well, that's purely for fun, but that has been part of it as well. But it's more so, I would not be in the position I am professionally if I did not shift the energy that I was giving to these fucking idiots back to where it deserved to be. It's one thing to address an argument once, maybe twice, but when you're going on 5 years of the same argument, you have to wonder, is it really worth the energy?
Wow. There you go, people. You've heard it here. Been saying it for a while. This is going. Rumpus, what's the point? What you doing? 5, 6 years, round and round, circular arguments going nowhere. You're just lying, Rumpus. You're going nowhere. Just round and round and round. You're even being told by your own people.
Or should you just let them suffocate in their own idiocy? Because think of it this way. How much more energy and attention do they get just from you responding to them?
Well, I've only been on Bev's in voice chat twice in the last 2 months. So I'm not doing it.
I'm talking about the group in general and in totality, not the individual.
Right. Okay. Well, okay, but you can't moan about individual. I mean, my individual effort into Bev is actually quite small. Though I went on there once for the first time, I say for a month. I think went on there twice for 2 minutes. So individually, I'm not putting much effort.
Are they
into
having a
I have
globe?
watched some of his stuff.
Are they having a globe council meeting and they've
not.
forgotten that it's live?
No, that's Dan the Waterman. You may think when he says he's not putting time into them, he seems to be talking, well, I don't know, it's Dan the Waterman. I don't know who them is to Dan the Waterman, but he's talking to Rumpus as though they're same team, right? It's hard to tell, isn't it, the way they're talking there, that one of them is a flat earther and the other one is Rumpus. This is strange. But hey, nobody said it hasn't got to be.
Stuff recently where he's having a go with his water level thing, I must admit. But I don't watch
there
him.
you go. He's
I
in
know
your
I did
head.
it. I did a little bit of it, but I haven't been watching him religiously or anything. And I mean, I've barely watched Oakley. I think I've only watched about one Oakley thing and two Oakley.
Like Rumpus, he's talking about his like addiction. It's like Rumpus, they're having an intervention with Rumpus here. Oh, we're gonna wean Rumpus off the flat earthers.
Things in the last 2 months or something.
I have never watched Oakley in the whole 5.5 years I've been in this community.
Bravo, bravo.
And I've had an argument.
I guess that means he just takes his everybody else's word for what Nathan is. If he's never actually watched him. I bet he's got a very strong opinion without ever watching him.
With Bev in Gem Panda's server. Note he's been not there for a very long time. Almost 2 years ago, the argument hasn't changed. It's essentially the same argument for the past 2 years.
Well, it's never going to change.
At least for Bev.
Yeah, it's never going to change. That's all
Well,
he's
hopefully
got.
this rect thing I'm doing is going to give a visual live representation of the drop of water, which, if you accept the visuals that I'm going to be presenting, you can't argue with. And it's the same thing.
A drop of water.
That George did as well.
Yeah, but they
several
will.
years ago. They
You
tried
know
to,
they'll
yeah.
argue. They won't. They
Yeah,
won't
they-
accept it for a minute. They'll come up with some bullshit way that you've deceived or you've cheated or you've done something. Because there's no way they're going to accept it. Because it's quite clearly going to show curvature, and they ain't having that.
Well,
Right,
I've got Brian
and-
Mabbott there, and I've said if he'll be able to see the drop live, and I said I'd jump in the water if it wasn't there, and he'll be able to see there is their drop, and I don't know quite how he's going to respond when he does see it. And other people,
Well,
some of his crew are also are going to be there as well, and they will be seeing the drop, and they'll have to come up with some refraction issue or something to explain why this water is dropping away 17 feet over 8 kilometers.
And of course, don't
You
kid
need
you.
to, yeah, you need to keep in mind what you said earlier, Rumpus. You said that you're doing this for yourself.
Yeah.
When they inevitably discount the entire thing with a hand wave dismissal, you can't then turn around and just put more effort into it. What you've done is what you've done, and you've done it for you. You don't do it for them. You don't need to do more for them either. You
Yeah, I
just need
wouldn't
to
do it again.
cut
No,
your
I wouldn't
losses
reduce
there
it.
if you want to call it a loss. or not.
But it's been fascinating. I mean, meeting Farmers Boy has been great, and meeting other people like WS has been really helpful. Meeting just the people I've met actually there at the scene have been helping me, and dealing with people like Eric and other people have been really helpful. And the understanding refraction, the documentation, and it's been a really wonderful experience actually. And being demanding, it's mechanical. I learned, I've been doing a bit of woodwork and things, which has been great. And so actually, it's been a very productive and intellectually demanding. And George has been, providing me with when we're designing the thing. George has been giving me some good.
It's all about Rumpus, isn't it? You'd think this is Rumpus's show. They're trying to do an intervention to Rumpus, and he's saying, no, I'm fine, I'm good. I've done some woodwork, I've done a bit of stuff, and I've learned some stuff in the last 5 years. It's like he's getting ready to pack up and go.
Ideas, and so it's actually been a really useful, productive thing and constructive thing to do.
Well, you really and truly, though, you really and truly do have to take the attitude that I took with Cavendish. Because if you don't, they're going to drag you around by the tail, and just exactly the way they tried to do me. It won't make any difference how much care you take or how many of their requests you respond to. They'll just add another one to it. The list will just continue to grow and grow and grow.
I think Blue Marble's sort of stating there that the reason why you should never try and prove something to somebody else. Only prove things to yourself. You'll never prove them to anybody else. Nobody else will have been through the proof process like you have. It was your process. You end up with your proof. It's nobody else's. Rumpus is only doing this to justify it for himself. We've already been there. I already know that the water level is horizontal. It's a Bedford Canal. It's a drainage ditch. At the other end of the thing, the river is higher than the drainage ditch. There's nowhere for the water to go. It's very strange that they haven't realised that. I mean, Rumpus has actually been there.
So do it for you, not for them. And count on it. They will find some way to discount it, just like they discounted everything I did with Cavendish. Regardless of how much care I took, there was still going to be some fucking idiot.
Chaiki said that the room was, the walls of the thing were moving when they had the earthquake. I think that's some idiot that he's talking about right now. I'll turn it back because
yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
That. I think Chaiki it is.
Chaiki,
Exactly
that's
what
right.
they tried to do me. It won't make any difference how much care you take or how many of their requests you respond to. They'll just add another one to it. The list will just continue to grow and grow and grow. So do it for you, not for them. And count on it. They will find some way to discount it, just like they discounted everything I did with Cavendish. Regardless of how much care I took, there was still going to be some fucking idiot that would say, yeah, well, how do we know bananas attract buttermilk?
That's Chaiki. That I'm sorry, Blue Marble's swearing now as well too. It's turning into a swear fest.
He was meant to isolate all the variables. I mean, right? Or no, I don't know.
Well, I don't know. It was Chaiki that said that the balls weren't moving. It was the room, the walls of the room, because he was that well isolated.
I was there. I remember. Yeah.
It's recorded. I mean, I've got it on recording. I mean, again, there's
Nice.
all of this stuff recorded. Yeah, good. Carry on.
What did they claim with all that time you put in? What did they claim?
Oh, they've claimed everything. You've got the gamut from
or something.
Yeah, you got the gamut coming from Chemo, who claims it's invalid unless you do it in a vacuum. You've got others like Lemon Bird talking about electrostatics and things, despite the fact that I put the damn thing in a Faraday shield.
And ether vortexes.
I bet he's not going to mention Pete and Pete. Shout out Pete and Pete. You want to watch their latest video on Blue Marble Science's balls in the shed? That's what they're talking about. I don't think Pete and Pete have caught up to the fact that Chaiki said that the walls moved. So no doubt when Pete and Pete get that one, they'll definitely be able to help out Blue Marble a little bit more with his stuff. But yeah, he's just mentioned Lemon Bird and stuff with their silly claims. I mean, Pete and Pete have got one, and obviously then you've got Chaiki that said that the rooms of the building moved.
But you're really glad you've done it, aren't you, Blue? And we're really glad you've done it. You've educated us in some of these principles, and your paper on it was just fantastic. And now you've been able to go to university, and they've got a little plaque next to you saying Blue did this, and you've got you met presumably all the university types, and then you've benefited from doing it in many ways. I'm sure it's a beautiful piece of kit.
Excuse
all of that stuff there. Do you reckon that's true, or do you reckon that's just Rumpus fluffing him up a bit?
I'll go with B.
I say fluff.
Nicely fluff there, though, Rumpus. I'm sure the Blue Marble Science crowd will be loving that. Just going around tickling his little balls.
Excuse my ignorance. Just to summarize really quick, did it prove that mass attracts mass? Was that the point?
Well, the point was to...
The point was to measure the density of the Earth, I believe.
Duplicate the measurements that Cavendish made all those years ago.
Well, you know what I'm asking. You know what I'm asking, though. Like, what can I bank on from it?
The answer is yes. That's what he's proved. It's proved that science can prove anything. Blue demonstrated when he put the balls together, they attract one another. Yeah.
Rubbing his balls together made them attract each other.
He also detected an earthquake. But
yeah.
Regardless, I mean, yeah.
And he was measuring. He was after what Cavendish was doing, and so Cavendish was after measuring the density of the Earth. You're keeping it
I
to
heard-
traditional stuff, but Rumpus seems to have changed it.
I I heard besides the earthquake that they got in where was it?
Hawaii, was it?
Was it Hawaii?
I think so.
I think
Yeah.
Haiti.
Haiti. Yeah.
Was Haiti? Yeah, that was the best. Like the Cavendish, also an earthquake detector. Now that's special.
Shout out PhD Tony.
Seismometer. Wait until Pete and Pete hear about the seismometer. They're gonna freak out. Globe Science is taking another step up. When Pete and Pete get hold of that, Blue, you love it.
Yeah, you do in the process end up showing that mass does in fact attract mass, but that was a given. That was not the purpose.
It was a given. It was a given with the density.
Of what Cavendish did. Cavendish specifically did it to determine the density of the Earth in his day.
And do you know what density is? Do you know how we work out the density? Weight divided by volume, innit? Is it? Or is it volume divided by weight? It involves the volume anyway. And obviously, the volume. That's a bit hard, isn't it? Never mind. They already knew it or something. You know. In order to work out the density. All he had to do was swing his balls around in his shed and then he'd know how heavy it is. All you've got to do then is divide that by the volume of the thing and you'll be fine. Hey presto, density. And once you end up with that density, you know that mass attracts mass because you've done a mathematical thing, haven't you? I mean, how can it not? It comes with it's a byproduct of it. Globe Science, get on board with it.
I heard every time the refrigerator upstairs in the kitchen would turn on, you know, that
yeah,
the bulb would swing around a bit.
Oh, nice. You just cut those bits out for the timing of the.
That was a joke. I don't want to slander my buddy Blue. That was a joke. But think about it.
We now call
right?
the universe.
Yeah. It's worth thinking about. Definitely for Blue anyway. He's got rid of it now, though. He can't do any more tests. He did what he needed to do with it. It was right at the moment that Chaiki said that it was that well isolated that it picked up a movement of the walls of the building. The walls of his garage.
Yeah. So imagine the fridge now when the fridge kicks in. Next time your fridge kicks in, yeah.
No, he said the only time he ever got anomalies was when he bumped it or the Haiti earthquake. So, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the garbage truck down the end of the road or anything like that. No.
Haiti.
Don't laugh because I asked him that question.
Bad juju.
You know what the answer was? First he said, well, it's a small neighborhood. We don't get any. And then he said, well, we get small trucks. I think something like that.
He's got a big drive.
Universal gravitational constant wasn't being used then. Newton's expression basically said that force was proportional to the product of the masses divided by the square of the distance between their centers. It wasn't until 100 years later, and a guy named C.V. Boyce that it became popular to include that constant of proportionality that we now know as big G, okay? What I wanted to do was see how likely it was, and I've always wondered in my own mind, how did a guy take basically what amounts to some really big fishing weights and a pile of scrap wood and manage to measure something as difficult to measure as that universal gravitational constant? Could you make yourself believe that in 1798 a guy could do that?
Would you make yourself believe? Did he did just say that?
Wow.
Damn.
Globe Science, I'm gonna put that back again. Because that's some good shit, that is. If you want to know how Globe Science works, this is what you do tests for.
Well, it's nice to hear they find it difficult to accept.
Yeah, well, the Blue Marble is going to tell you why he did his test.
Yeah.
Listen.
Look, science can prove anything. Blue demonstrated when you put two balls together, they attract one another. Yeah.
Yeah, you do in the process end up showing that mass does in fact attract mass, but that was a given. That was not the purpose of what Cavendish did. Cavendish specifically did it to determine the density of the Earth in his day. That thing that we now call the universal gravitational constant wasn't being used then. Newton's expression basically said that force was proportional to the product of the masses divided by the square of the distance between their centers. It wasn't until 100 years later, and a guy named C.V. Boyce, that it became popular to include that constant of proportionality that we now know as big G. Okay. What I wanted to do was see how likely it was, and I've always wondered in my own mind, how did a guy take basically what amounts to some really big fishing weights and a pile of scrap wood and manage to measure something as difficult to measure as that universal gravitational constant? Could you make yourself believe that in 1798 a guy could do that? I always wondered, how the hell did he pull that off? And I wanted to see.
Can he make himself believe? Do you reckon Blue Marble made himself believe? Whether Cavendish could do it?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Belief tests. Yeah, that's what he got the thing for. Let's go.
And it turns out that in fact, yes, you can.
You can make yourself believe. Globe science. You too can make yourself believe that people can do fantastic things with dangling balls in their shed. All you've got to do is believe.
You can take a stack of firewood and some fishing weights, and you can measure the universal gravitational constant with it if you take enough care and you understand the process.
There you go. Look, you can make yourself believe. Stick of wood.
Globe.
Bunch of sticks, is it? So is that what you
globe,
can do?
Globe.
Yeah, you took some care. Look at, if you want to be impressed, go and look at Blue's paper, and it shows how much thinking he put into it before he did it.
It's over my head, admittedly, but what I want to tell you is I'm logically based. So to me, in my experiments, observations, blah, 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 I'm aware of things outside of my range. In other words, I'm not sure we've discovered all the forces. Yeah, I can't see ultraviolet, I can't see infrared, and I'm not sure that we read all the forces that exist.
Well, that's why science can't prove things. I mean, that's you're pointing out there the reason why we say science can't prove things, because you don't.
Why did he say science can't prove things?
They have to.
Or does he mean you can make yourself believe that science doesn't prove things? But that belief factor is better because you get to make yourself believe it. Globe science. It's a new era. I'm liking it, though. You don't need proof as long as you can make yourself believe.
Hey, Bev, did you say something previously that somebody said that the walls moved?
Yeah, Chaiki told us while Blue was there, they were explaining about the earthquake and getting the readings. And Chaiki said Blue Marble Science's balls and the equipment, his seismometer dish, was that well isolated that it read the reading of the walls of the building around it that was shaking from the earthquake.
Ah.
Not the balls. It wasn't the balls that were shaking. It was the walls of the room.
Oh, that is great. That's a good one.
Yeah, Chaiki said that right in front of Blue while he was explaining why there was a movement.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll drag it out for you one day when we're going over these things, because there's some fantastic globe science that we need to tell you now. Now we know it's based on belief. As long
I
as you
can
can
put
make
my
yourself believe.
right hand up and say I was either there or I heard the replay.
Yep.
I can contest.
I think you were there with us. We were talking about it.
I think so.
I think you laughed at us because when we said Chaiki said, Blue, Chaiki, don't let Chaiki ruin your own thing, Blue. He's just falsified your entire thing. And strangely enough, right after that, he packed it up and sent it away. We thought he'd chopped it up for firewood. But apparently it's gone to a university somewhere. But it keeps getting hidden in case Rakia goes over there to have a look at it. We can't have that.
It's
pack
in
it
the
up,
basement,
pack it up,
hidden.
get it away, get it in the basement. Rakia's coming.
Put it in the metal case in the basement.
That's all part of the story?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. No, well, Rakia has been there and asked about the seismometer dish.
Right.
And there's no sign of it. Nobody knows anything. But, I mean, they wouldn't, would they? Because they've packed it away.
Oh, they'd have to keep it secret, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. It's a sensitive bit of equipment.
Sensitive information.
Nobody ever before Blue Marble had ever combined a Cavendish experiment with a seismometer. So they have a phenomenon on their hands, the Blue Marble seismometer dish. Wait until Pete and Pete hear about it. They'll be loving it. Some of the inside information we've got about this. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Don't know, for instance, that invisible green fairies are not pushing these masses together, or there's something else going on. But you know, the evidence so far is Popper's principle. If you want to falsify what Blue has demonstrated, is that it's compatible with the principle of mass attracting mass. And we also Blue. I mean, I've talked about Blue's half here, but he can talk to himself. You know, he's eliminated all the other forces that we're aware of that could be interfering with it. And other people have done it as well in vacuums and God knows what else, where they
about from the earthquakes, right? I don't know whether you call that a force or not, but I mean he did measure some earthquakes, so
that's a
Rumpus
guarantee.
seems to be forgetting about that. It's a big one.
I remember him. They checked the times, they checked the area, and they were looking at where the waves were, and boom, it was that. Could have only been that.
He told him.
I think so. Yeah.
Has anyone here ever experienced an earthquake?
Yes. Well,
you have? Okay.
Yeah. The door rattled.
Because I never have, and I was just curious if anybody here has.
Yeah, in the UK, like a tremor. It's not. We wouldn't call it an earthquake, but
you could actually feel the movement.
Well, no, I wouldn't say feel. The door was ajar, and it started rattling. But not, like you wouldn't have noticed it any other reason, and other than it was on the news, later on that day that there was. They called it an earthquake, but it was literally a door rattling.
Could have been a large truck.
No. It was definitely something a little bit weird, but yeah, it's the UK. I mean, come on.
The guy rolling the tarmac next door.
No, it was early in the morning.
Okay. All right, sorry.
Yeah.
They've eliminated all temperature issues, pressure issues, electrostatic issues, magnetic issues. They've eliminated all the forces that we're aware of in the world, though, of course, we've got things like dark energy and God knows what else that we don't quite fully understand. But they've eliminated all the other forces that we're aware of in the world, and then you still get this effect.
Right. So
Dark
that's
energy.
obvious to me why I suggest there's other forces.
Well, here's the thing. If there are other forces that you wish to propose could be causing this effect, the thing that is definitely confirmed by this experiment is that whatever you think those forces are, their presence only is around when masses are around. So masses, clearly, when they're put into place, cause other masses.
How does he know that? Has he ever eliminated masses? Don't think
Did you hear what Rumpus said?
Never put a small mass next to a big mass.
Yeah.
How do you eliminate mass?
They're still looking for that, aren't they?
Sorry.
It's too funny. We all have to jump in at the same time because it's crazy. It's like insane.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying he's actually checked for mass, the abstraction of mass
to accelerate towards them.
I
So
disagree.
that's the part that's being shown in the
I
experiment.
disagree. Just like Western medicine, you're talking about the symptom. The symptom would have been the attraction, not the thing. You know, you're looking at the result of the effect. You're not looking at the thing.
Well, the result only came about when masses were put into place. And so therefore the masses are the masses being moved. And so therefore the masses being moved into place caused this thing to be measured.
Doesn't half sound like Jeff. That, doesn't it?
I'm seeing it more like, let's say, a dammed stream. You know, let's say something got in the way of something and it began to dam up a small stream because of the energy behind it. I'm just not sure. I'm just speculating because I think at the result of Blue's work, it calls for new speculation. I'm not demanding anything but that.
Well, you can speculate if you want. You can try and invent some other thing that causes the effect. And Blue was eliminated, and so has people. There are a whole chain. I can't remember. I think it's at MIT or something. They've got a special laboratory just for measuring the
Blue and
value of
MIT.
G. And they have lots of little balls and things in gold-plated, God knows what, in a vacuum. And they do it more accurately. They've got the most accurate results for G. And they've tried to eliminate all the other forces they can possibly think of. And they've only thing they're left with at the moment is that mass attracts mass. They've eliminated all the other things we know about. And we know that if you put this mass next to this other thing, and if you're eliminating electrostatics, magnetics, God knows what else, whatever you can do, we get this effect. And it also agrees with the planets orbiting us and GPS and all the satellites and things going around us. They all agree on the same thing. So far,
Listen
we've got
to
a
him go,
perfectly
man.
working story.
So
We've not yet
MIT was
found an
able to
exception
eliminate-
to the rules that.
MIT was able to eliminate all the variables, but Blue couldn't.
Yeah.
All of them, yeah. Even some of the ones that you don't know about.
Did you hear what he said before dark matter? Did you guys miss that?
I don't think I heard.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. He said dark matter was eliminated.
From Cavendish.
With
Yeah.
a check mark, I got a piece of
How do
paper
you-
about dark matter.
Oh no,
down.
MIT
How do you-
eliminated it.
How do
Did
you
it- did he
eliminate
have the light
dark
on?
matter from Cavendish?
Turn the
Because
light
the
on.
dark matter
They-
cloak, of course.
But what's crazy is they've praised Blue for building Cavendish that did whatever it does and detected a earthquake. But now Rumpus is saying MIT did it better, but eliminated those things. Even dark matter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of
MIT.
I wonder if that. Do you reckon they do it in the dark?
Do you reckon MIT can do a elevation profile? Then never mind.
Well, yeah.
I
Well,
won't go
no,
there.
yeah, they need Blue Marble Science to do elevation profiles, obviously.
Yeah.
Spherical baseline elevation profiles, they're unique to Blue Marble Science. I don't think I've known anybody else. Well, and sorry, Stark Otter, whoever he is. But Blue
Well, maybe
Marble
that's-
Science is the known one.
Maybe that's the compartmentalization that they do. You know, Blue you take care of the elevation profile of the bridge, the, equal elevation above the water. You do that elevation profile. And Stark Otter, you do the elevation profile of, horizontal that's curved up. I don't know. Well,
Sloping. Well, yeah, curving sloping. Like loads of multiple sloping lines on the horizontal elevation profile.
You do get some defenders that have a go at all of them, not specific.
Well, I think the people that we're talking about now, they're not really defenders, they're debunkers. Because they don't have anything to defend. Their mind models
a mind concept.
Yeah. It's a bit hard to defend.
Well, they got to defend it.
Yeah, but what they do is they wait for you to have a go at it and then attack your thing, really. Don't they? It's very clever. They never actually defend. They just try and debunk your questions of why their model doesn't appear to work. as they say it does, or the contradictions. If you point out a contradiction, then they'll debunk your contradiction, usually by saying, that's not a contradiction.
And I'm allowed to say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just a contradiction. I mean, oof. Well, no, there isn't actually a contradiction.
Because you can change it according to some of these people. You can change your mind right at the end of the sentence and have a completely different view of things.
Sprinkle a little bit
Bang.
of your paralogism dust. Like fairy dust.
Spice it.
Yeah,
Spice it up.
Spice it up.
Spice
Yeah.
it up, man.
Get some
Come on, I can
spice.
science that. Let's spice it up.
Science spice.
Can I have a sprinkle of dialetheism, please?
Yes, you can.
Well, thank you, sir.
A smattering.
A smattering.
I would describe it a little simpler. Just Dan, you were talking about the difference between the cause and the effect, right? You see that the effect is there, and then you ask, well, what is the cause? Is that
right, spaghetti,
Dan?
man?
Yeah.
That makes sense. I'm purely out of speculation from a logical, not even a scientific point of view, because we're just dealing with process.
He didn't just say that then, did he? Just from a logical / not a scientific point of view. How can you have something that's logical but not scientific? Some sort of illogical science? Logical science. And then the illogical science. He's obviously got a grip on it. He doesn't want to upset them with science saying it's logical, because then that science would have to live in. So he's separated. He's already helping them out down the water, man. I like the way he's playing it. He's definitely opening up his avenues, right? Here's one of your flat earth heroes that these guys can talk to. They're making friends.
Of elimination, I'm with Blue 100%. He eliminated all known forces.
What?
And that's great. And
Yeah, he's completely with Blue.
He eliminated.
Yeah.
Oh, he's obviously not hip to what Blue did
with the seismometer dish.
Hasn't heard about the earthquake, huh?
Yeah. No. He kept it quiet, didn't he? Obviously. That's why they packed it up and moved it away.
Groundbreaking news, isn't it?
The truth is, these high-end scientists, they're not really sure.
High-end scientists.
99.9, here it comes.
These high-end scientists, they're not really sure. They don't know exactly what is the fundamental thing that we'll eventually hope to discover that causes this effect. What we know is that when you put two masses next to each other,
two balls in
something makes them move towards each other.
Maybe an earthquake.
How do they move towards each other?
Maybe
I thought they were at each end of a fucking big bar. Or
this
has he
is
got
too
some
funny.
other balls in there as well? I thought it was on a twist, on a torsion bar. They just oscillated backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
Are they actually attracting to each other?
Well, and they stay attracted, or does one swing away when it loses its attraction?
It depends what you're detecting. If you're detecting gravity, it's one thing. If you're detecting an earthquake, it's something else.
What about the density of the larger object?
Well, that they tie it in with gravity. They mix it all up.
Yeah. Too much to think about.
Well, we have an
Just
explanation.
believe
The bending of
this is-
space-time is the actual
Well,
underlying
We
cause of
can
that.
go a little deeper. We can talk about bending space-time.
You can
and
you
then
can always
you're gonna
make your
have to say,
own.
well, what causes that?
Yes, well,
And-
but if you go
I can science that versus Rumpus on bending space-time. No. This is going to be a battle of the ages. New guy versus old school. How can he handle
Go
it?
down that line. If you go fully regressive, then you ultimately come back to the start of the universe. If you keep on asking the question, why does that happen? So if I take the sun rises up, then you say, well, why does that happen? Then you say, well, because of gravity. We said, then why is gravity? And you say, because of bending space. You say, why does mass bend space-time? And ultimately, if you keep on going down that route, after about 5 or 6 whys, you end up with, well, we don't know. We don't even know what charges, for instance. If you say, why do positive and negative charges attract one another? Well, we don't actually know that. We just know the effect. So there was very, very easy to use a philosophical trick of using infinite regression or even 5 or 6 levels of regression. And then you always end up with, no, we don't know. And that's, I don't think that's terribly clever.
Well, but I think that's sort of where Dan is maybe coming from, right? I want to know what causes that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. And where I'm coming from is being banned by Bob Nodell, in particular, who wants me blacklisted for doing math, and his demands that he.
Wow. Way to win over the Globers.
Bitch about Bev
Well done,
and then
Dan.
bitch about Bob. Yeah.
Sell out, Bob. Well done. Sell yourself with it. It's well worth it. This is how you define yourself.
Understands what he thinks is gravity. And
he's an idiot.
He's worse than that, He's worse.
Yes, he's worse than that. Yeah.
And it's sad because there is
worse than
no
Bev.
real flat Earth community. So I'm only here because you guys are cordial, and I learned. I mean, I'll tell you a lot. I learned a lot when I poked around Jose's, because we flat Earthers sat in an echo chamber a lot. You guys came up with the word refraction. It took us a year to figure out what it meant. I mean, it only took a year to sidestep us entirely till we figured out what it meant. But when we're done with your...
George was saying the other day that him and Rumpus came up with refraction. They made it.
Come on.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. It didn't factor into any equations or anything before Rumpus and George and all of those started bringing it in. Didn't exist in any curve calculators because curve calculators didn't exist before these guys started adding refraction into it. Dan's just paying homage to the guys. I'm throwing Bob under
So they
the bus.
advised Mr. Mick and the other guy on the calculators.
Absolutely, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they did. Mick did say there was a load of people helped him out, 30, 40 people. Making that stuff up. I bet there's not that many of them around now. Just a few. Oh, wow. Oh, bloody hell. Where were we?
It's genuinely there, is it? Well, the horizontal on a piece of paper.
Rumpus.
Because so you can't.
I can't remember.
Because you couldn't be there or something. He made that up. He's a liar. He's a lying wanker, just like Bev. And you were interacting with him, and he told you a lie.
I'll get through it.
Let's say something got in the way of something, and it began to dam up a small stream because of the energy behind it. I'm just not sure. I'm just speculating because I think at the result of Blue's work, it calls for new speculation. I'm not demanding anything but that.
Well, you can speculate if you want. You can try and invent some other thing that causes the effect. And Blue was eliminated, and so has people. There are a whole chain. I can't remember. I think it's at MIT or something. They've got a
Jose's because we flat Earthers sat in an echo chamber a lot. You guys came up with the word refraction. It took us a year to figure out what it meant. I mean, that it only.
Does anybody know where the flat Earth echo chamber was? Where Dan the Waterman was sat in? Because I never saw any of that. Perhaps how we didn't know who the fuck he was. Because he was sat in an echo chamber with all of the flat earthers somewhere for quite a while.
I think he mentioned
Jose's.
Didn't he mention? Yeah.
He said he learnt a lot at Jose's, yeah. Although Jose doesn't like that now.
That was the echo chamber that he was referring to, I think.
Oh, do you think? Over at Jose's?
Yeah. Unless I understood him wrong.
We'll see. He's doing a story.
It only took a year to sidestep us entirely till we figured out what it meant. But when we're done with your words, I look for actual experiments. So I really do appreciate Blue's work because, you know, the accusation that we're all just YouTube this and YouTube that is accurate, and it's sad, you know. So thanks for trying to eliminate all things and for letting me just sort of check out different vibes on what science is, because there is a mainstream science that's all about funding and press releases, and people are trapped, compartmentalized, where they're stuck, they can't speak out, and they do have to do what they're told. And to be a real scientist in the real world, you often have to do what you're told by, you know, the powers that be. So I feel sorry for anyone that really wants to explore their world and they're trapped by their employer. And that's an interesting part about the people like us that spend time online. We can afford to. Traditionally, in real life, we've been at war or striving in the fields or something. And this male anxiety that we get as men is funny because we play it out online instead of skirmishing across our fence line.
See, Emma, the troubles of us men. I bet he feels okay like that, talking like that in front of all of the men in there. Solidarity, brothers. Stick together. Well done, Dan. I love him, the way he's trying to get everybody to come together.
It's funny.
I mean, science spends most of its time trying to eliminate confounding variables. So doing what Blue was doing and trying to eliminate what Cavendish did. I mean, he realised that things like temperature were causing him issues. It's eliminating all those other confounding variables and trying to get to the reductionist thing, saying this is the thing that's causing that. And of course, logically, it's you can use it in the case of modus tollens. You can say if you don't have mass, you don't get this effect. And therefore, because science can only use that process I say it could all be happening, it could all be invisible green fairies doing all these cause and effects that we see around us. But all we can say is that, well, you need to have at the moment, as far as we can tell in all the experiments we've ever done, you need to have mass to cause another mass to be accelerated. And then you try to eliminate all the other effects. And science spend most of their time
He did just do a modus tollens on something that you can't have, right? How do you do a modus tollens of something you can't point at and say that thing there? Rumpus
can't be done.
Is where Rumpus is. Well, this is like we say, science. This is the new science, and obviously there's some sort of unbelievable science logic involved in it. Rumpus is leading the way. It's good to see. Now we know it's all different.
Trying to eliminate all the other rubbish that's confusing the situation, confusing the cause and effect relationship, and it's just trying to get to that pure relationship that is actually most of the work in many ways. I mean, I'm sure Blue, when he was doing his filtration stuff, he's explained to me some incredibly complicated science, and I've no doubt he was spending a lot of time being confused by data, confusing until eventually you get down to what it is that is causing the effect that you're looking at. And as someone is saying in the chat, remember, you start off by saying we've got this effect. And you don't need to understand, for instance, that it's the bending of space-time. I mean, for instance, we're able to do experiments with gravity and things and understand what happens when you're throwing a cannonball or something. We know how it's going to perform in gravity. We don't need to understand what causes the gravitational attraction. We can actually just work with the effect that we're dealing with. And it's just interesting if you can then determine a theory like the general theory of relativity as to what actually causes gravity. And then you see actually then you realise there are some slight anomalies like the orbit of Mercury, when in fact it does, when you do fully understand what the hell's going on with gravity, you then realise there are some other subtle effects that you weren't aware of that
Isn't it about cause and effect? It like if P then Q, but he's saying you don't really need to know P. If something we don't know, then I mean that doesn't sound. I don't know. I mean, you'll have to have a word with Rumpus about that.
there's only three natural forces I've ever experienced: force of wind, force of moving water, and lightning. I mean, there might be an electromagnetic force. I tend to be go that way, but I can't say if I experienced it. But what other natural forces has anybody ever experienced? I mean, I've jumped out of a plane, so I know you fall, but that's all you do is you fall. Other than those three natural forces, I can't really say of any. Anybody else?
I just like how he's claiming there's a force of Mercury. That's my favorite one.
Force of Mercury, the substance or the planet?
Yeah, he's like, because of Mercury, because he knows that relativity was basically invented to solve the problem of Mercury retrograde. Mercury moving in a way that, like, whoa, what's going on with that light in the sky? Oh, it moved that way. Oh, then it moves that way. Oh, so we need to come up with an equation for it. Now that's a force. Like, holy shit. I don't feel well right now. Like, I feel it in my head. Oh, it must be Mercury moving the other direction. He is the literal. He is midwit personified. If you would ever want to meet somebody who is an absolute midwit, that's Rumpus. I hope you're hearing me, Rumpus. You're a midwit.
Thanks, Mike.
He's just globe science, right? Standing on the shoulders of shadow giants, spouting out, like sitting on the pulpit, telling everybody what the shadow giants have told you to say, the received opinion that you've received from the shadow giants, and just repeating it. I mean, how can you possibly be wrong with that sort
We've got
of science?
stuff from 100 years ago. Oh, this stuff that they came up with in 1915. Oh yeah, it's we couldn't possibly have progressed from then to measure things. I mean, we couldn't possibly figure out a way to decide that 400 meters from here, something would. What is the something?
That's 2022.
Drop
right? You
down.
Can't tell the difference between a straight line and a
Couldn't
curved line.
possibly
Come on,
figure that out. I couldn't even come up with a way to do that.
Yeah.
How would you possibly do that? Impossible.
But Blue Marble could measure an earthquake from like 800 miles away because the walls of his house move. But I mean, yeah, nobody else could tell whether it's a straight line or a curved line over a certain distance.
How did he eliminate the land tide in that?
Well, you're talking about somebody that just said like an hour ago that there's no conceivable pure geometric argument that could differentiate between straight and curved, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And John has put in there, right? Yeah, that's a good point, that land tide. I wonder whether Blue Marble did actually account for the land tide.
Oh, how could we forget the land tide? Damn.
That would definitely affect a Cavendish, wouldn't it?
A whole foot? Oh, yeah.
Twice a day.
Yeah.
That you can then explain by having a deeper understanding. But you can work with something like Newton's thing for 99.9% of the time.
Yeah, Fermilab did an interesting little video recently where he went through and took a look at the difference between Newton and general relativity and where those things depart.
Good. I'm on another
significantly. Call. And I found that very interesting. To get a 1% difference between what Newton's equation would tell us and what general relativity says, you have to be moving at 12% of the speed of light.
Yeah. Oh, that was in the special relativity case.
He will definitely have checked that, right? They will have had somebody moving at 12% the speed of light to check that science. Don't think that he just says things. He can support his claims, and that is definitely one of the claims that Blue Marble will be able to...
to me, it just sounds like a vacuous truth, vacuous statement.
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of this science does, this new science does sound like vacuous truths all over the place. I think I spotted one last night for you. All of the globe proofs. There you go. Blue Marble, over there in the Blue Marble Science Discord server, has all of the globe proofs. Did you like that one? It's a good one.
Yeah, nothing that we know of, is moving that fast that we normally think about. That's an incredible, unthinkable speed.
It's an unthinkable speed, but he did just claim that in order for them to be both the same, that you would need to do that. So he should definitely be able to back his claim.
That was the special relativity case. Of course, it had to go wrong in the general relativity case as well. Of course, when you're near a black hole or near the sun, for instance, we know that the gravitational, we get things like frame dragging and other gravitational weirdo things happening as a result of being close to massive bodies like the sun. So we know that Mercury is affected in some small way. In fact, actually, even the Earth's affected as well to some degree, but not as big as Mercury.
Well, all the planets are affected by it, but Mercury is the one that's affected the most because of its proximity.
Mercury's the one that's affected the most. All of them get affected by it, but...
Use the correct term here, please. It goes wibbly wobbly.
Yeah, well, that's what they thought. When they were looking at it in the 19th century, they were saying, well, hold on, what's this Mercury? It was incredibly small. I can't remember, is it one... It's one incredible 180th or something. I can't remember the perihelion was orbiting the sun. Some incredible fraction of an error, but they spotted it. It's amazing the work they did in those times. And they said, "What the hell? We can't explain this using Newton's physics. The fact that the perihelion of Mercury is rotating around the sun. So what the hell's going on?" And so they're all scratching their head. And then along comes Einstein, and then shows us from the bending of space-time, we can then explain it. And so again, you have this thing.
Well done, Mike. You beat Rumpus to it. Rumpus just explained it. Einstein came along and explained something up with Mercury by bending space-time. Dead good. Science 2022.
You come up with something that explains as much as you can. You try and invalidate it. You can't invalidate it, so therefore you assume it to be true.
Well, it certainly it would have been wonderful.
You can't invalidate it, so it must be true.
You assume it to be true. Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah.
Just assume.
Yeah. Well, you can't prove a falsehood. And if you can't prove a falsehood, then you must assume it to be true. Simple. Science. That's how we're doing it. Could I put that as the basis of contradictory proof?
Possible. If I could have wandered in and out of the garage yelling "Eureka!" I now know exactly what property of mass causes this apparent attraction. I wish I could have done that. I can't. Nobody can right now. One day, somebody's going to be able to say, and here is why it really happens. But what we know right now is, regardless of why, of what causes it, we do know one thing: those balls will not move if I don't put the masses close to each other.
It would have been great if you'd been born 200 years ago, Blue, and you'd done this experiment then. Imagine how excited you would have been then to get that result.
You understand the why. You're not overly concerned with the what.
How is someone going to tell us this is what really happened?
It's gravitons, mate. I know the answer. But everyone else will reject. Everyone else will reject this.
Right. That's what they do with the electrodynamics. But this is what really happens. We don't know. It's a model.
Right, and
could all be down to-
the more refined explanations we get, like when we had
Sound like Jack.
just Newtonian mechanics, and then there was this additional thing of space-time. That explanation didn't invalidate the original premise, which is that you have masses and you have other masses, and they do accelerate toward one another. Refining it doesn't change that basic truth in that there is an effect that you see these masses being accelerated towards other masses, regardless of how refined the explanation gets.
That's
Where do we
absolutely
see
super
that?
important. Yes, everything you develop from
Nowhere.
I think they just say stuff falls.
But I mean, they're saying masses accelerate towards each other.
Yeah. If you fall,
How do
you go down?
Yeah, is it only down? I mean, why doesn't it do it horizontally? Or they claim their balls do, right?
Because it's that big that down is the overriding factor, and it's that big that you have to believe that down is every direction, not just down.
But they're claiming masses attract masses, and is it just the mass down that attracts? Is that what they're saying? It's only
so.
down.
Yeah, well, I mean, they say that masses attract masses. I mean, you heard him say it.
Yeah, I hear them say that all the time.
Yeah.
I would love to see it.
Jump up.
You want me to translate for you what he said there? In plain English?
Yeah.
Simple. They got the first gravity wrong, then they made up some bull that came up with this guy, Einstein, and then when they got that one wrong, they came up with black matter and dark energy. I mean, dark energy and dark matter, excuse me. In a nutshell.
I think it's more like they came up with something that was a nothing, and then somebody said, it doesn't quite work. What about if we change it for this? And they go,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
better. That's much better. That'll suit our purpose much better. They're like, what is it? Well, nobody knows. It's like, whoa, okay then. Yeah, that'll do.
We can make predictions with it, so we'll just run along and say we know what it is.
Science.
Yeah.
But in the equation, they never calculate the force it takes to take something up before it falls.
The
Only
equation
the
of
fall.
what? That's just
Well,
think about that for a second, right? Now, you said 3 forces earlier, didn't you?
And I experienced.
Right. How many of those have equations?
Oh, none.
Okay. So this thing that nobody knows about has been assigned an equation. Now, that equation is the proof of the thing.
All they're telling us is a rate of fall. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. You just fall down. But I mean, they say that's things attracting each other. That's attractiveness. And that's how you know, because you fall.
Because you fall, yeah. You drop the pen, exactly.
Science. You've just got to get on board with it. I mean, there's no... Like, they'll tell you they don't know why, or what, or who.
Yeah.
But it just is.
You can just use it.
Yeah.
Now they say that after we embarrassed them and we told them, where's this fabric of yours? Where's this? Where that? Now they're saying, well, we don't know what it is. It just is. Yeah. That's not what they were saying a couple of years ago. I can assure you.
Yeah, they say 95% of the stuff that they don't know, they literally don't know. They've made it up. It's nothing. It's not even there. It's not real.
And they made it up to cover for these two explanations of what we call gravity. The Newtonian one and then the Einsteinian one. Both wrong when they observe what's going on out there. So what did they do? Instead of saying we're wrong, they just came up with stuff. Dark energy and dark matter.
Yeah, I mean, how can they be wrong? They tell you there's no proof in science. So they can't actually ever be wrong.
Yeah, there you
Because
go.
they know they're always going to be wrong. They don't know when they're right. This is science. You've just got to get on board with it. I mean, you're not. You've never been and studied this.
You don't understand the complexities of this?
I certainly don't.
Yeah, you can't. You don't even know that you can't even see 95% of the stuff that's causing this stuff. Stuff it just goes down. I mean, you just keep to this simple stuff.
Like this dark matter stuff. You can't see it, smell it, touch it, measure it, but you know it's there.
Well, it has to be, really, doesn't it? In order to make that bullshit that they made up earlier work.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I listened to two of these people talking about astrophysics and dark matter. One was for dark matter and one was against it. And both in science, and they had an opposing. She was saying that they haven't found it in 20 years, and he was defending that just haven't found it yet. There's
They both agreed, yet they were somehow disagreeing about whether it was there to be found or whether it was a waste of time looking for it. Something like that it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What was the indicator for it in the first place? It should be there.
That was
There's
that's what the woman was saying. She said, like, they've just been on a fruitless search for something that they don't even know is there.
But there's a reason.
Yeah.
There's a reason, and the reason is they observed what they call spiral galaxies, the arms, and they were not traveling at the correct speed predicted by their main man, which was Einstein. That's the reason why they came up with, instead of saying, "Oh, this guy's it's crazy time dilation." What is he? Was he on mushrooms? He was wrong. No, they came up with this dark matter to correct. I mean, like a stopgap for their error. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Half an hour left of it, so it's getting into weird areas.
From this point onwards, can't invalidate the Newton. So, for instance, you can derive Newton's equations from Einstein's space-time equation, field equations, in the cases where you've got low gravitational effects, like on the Earth. You can actually, so you end up with Newton's equations. So whatever you do, because we've never invalidated Newton in the case of being on the Earth, whatever invention you come up with theory, it has to be compatible with that. It has to be a development.
Is Rumpus saying that you can take Einstein's equation and sort of backtrack it to end up with Newton's equation? So basically,
that's what they think.
Are the same thing.
Yeah, they're compatible. One builds on the other one. That's what they think. Yeah.
One can't be. Yeah.
To that, and of course, Einstein's thing was.
It's in his damn field equation. That little G symbol. Thanks, Newton.
The big G.
I don't.
Oh, did he get it wrong? Little G, big G.
As in little G. I'm just saying, because that equation has actually, I think it's 8 actual equations within that equation.
It's 10 actually. 10, yeah, you're close.
16 actually, but 6 of them are duplicates.
Oh, we could. Hey, look,
16 equations within one equation. 4.
Well, 10. Well, sort of.
Well, 8 or 10 or 16 within one.
Two things cannot be further apart. Newtonian and Einsteinian, right? One is mass attracting mass instantaneously, and the other one is the curvature of space-time.
Yeah, I'll tell you how different they are.
It's the most different.
Yeah, Newton used Euclidean geometry, which is obviously provable. Einstein didn't. They made a new one up for him. That's how different they are. They are incompatible.
Yep.
So, we'll just go with the geometric side of it. I'll go with vertical as well. the geometric side of it. Like, that's why it's much easier to deal with logic and geometry, because these guys are lost. They're in their own science realm. Like to keep within reality and logic and geometry, rather than fantasy, space. Stick in the realms of reality, guys. You'll be much better off.
We could keep doubling it if you like. We could say 32.
I'm going to
No, it's
with
not.
that,
It's
by
a
the
4x4. It's 16, but 6 of them are duplicates.
Yeah.
Somebody needs
Are we
to
talking about
explain
wood?
to me why a tensor equation is not an equation, but is in fact 10 equations. It's a tensor equation. It's a vector equation, right?
Yeah.
All vector equations can be expressed as multiple linear equations.
Yep.
Why do people say that?
Linear.
Oh, has he got them trapped here now? I don't think they're really ready for this one. I can science that. Challenge. There is a challenge.
Well, it's 10 linear equations. I mean, it's
Yeah,
okay. You're
it can be expanded into 10 equations, but it is in a single equation by itself, isn't it?
yeah, you're right. I mean,
Yes.
you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's
not
a
knowing
field equation.
not knowing what it meant, I looked it up and I got to read it out loud because this is why science kills me. It's buried in language. It says here tensor. In mathematics, a tensor is an algebraic object that describes a multilinear relationship between sets of algebraic objects related to a vector space. And to tell you the truth, it's kind of yakety yak 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 to me.
Well, but Dan, it's a very complicated thing. You to understand what
Dan came and saved them. Well done. I can science that. I had Rumpus on the ropes there. Thanks, Dan.
that is. You need to do a degree in physics or maths.
Yeah,
and I'm afraid that's just too bad. I'm sorry, but life is complicated. Reality is complicated, and if you want to understand, you can't reject it because you don't understand it.
Describe to me a multilinear relationship that I recognize.
That's a bit. That just did.
Multilinear relationship.
Tetherball.
Right.
Okay, good one. So.
Yeah, but like in science, as I just said, it's 10. I mean, the reason they call it 10 equations is because you end up with 10 sort of conventional equations with an equal sign and, bits on the either side of it that you can look at. I think that's why they say there's 10 equations, or 16 as Blue said, in which 6 are duplicates. I think that's a valid thing to say. So there are 10 separate linear equations you can create from it, which has the usual sort of form of an equation, whereas the tensor one is a bit fiddly to work with.
Is it just weird? Does Rumpus sound like he's bullshitting?
Yeah,
a
he's
little
just
more
freestyling it.
No, I mean a little more than normal. Like
Yeah.
he's like Brian Leakey in this shit.
I think he's trying to impress. I can science that. He's obviously been telling I can science that some stuff. I can science that has wanted to impress Rumpus, and Rumpus is definitely trying to keep his top spot here. I can science that might know a little bit more about it than Rumpus. Sounds like Rumpus is really fluffing this shit up at the minute. Isn't he? Plumping himself up.
Yeah, it just seems a little bit.
Yesterday was the same. He
Rumpus.
was he's like on edge, isn't he? He's trying to impress. He's just talking and the words don't mean anything. This is what Rumpus does, though. This is how Rumpus works. If nobody's ever noticed that this is actually Rumpus's style, he could probably get away with it talking to, these sort of science guys. All he needs is like an old British gent. You can imagine him in a chair doing that. Rumpus will be well equipped for that, like Bertrand Russell, ready and waiting. University teacher Rumpus.
Tensor equation. I guess it says a tensor equation is an equation that maintains the same form no matter which coordinate system you use.
Yeah, I mean, damn, you're basically saying you don't understand it. I'm afraid that's no basis.
How many different coordinate systems are there? Because we're still looking for this spherical baseline elevation profile for the coordinate system. I only know the X, Y, Z coordinate system. Does anybody know any of the others? No? Okay.
It's for saying it's not valid.
I did not invalidate it.
I know you didn't, but you seem to be
trying
saying
to put it out there for another idiot like me that might want to know the language behind what you're talking about.
Yeah, but it's difficult language. I mean, you're going to have to study for several years to understand this stuff.
Words.
Right, and more importantly, when it's properly applied,
sound
when the
like
equations are used, and you can see the results come out of it, they give you the predictive power necessary to show you what things in reality happen that it can predict.
Did he say it gives you the predictive power?
I think so.
Yeah,
and it sounds like doofus.
Sounds, yeah, Jeff. No, it sounds like Jeff. It is doofus, but it sounds like Jeff.
Right, yeah.
When it's properly applied, it does what it does. It does
testable.
Match reality just fine.
Yeah, it's testable. You can falsify. If those things were bollocks, the test that we can do, like the orbit of Mercury, would show that it's bollocks. But it doesn't. The equations are compatible with reality. All the tests we do in reality, all the tests of general relativity, have shown that general relativity is correct. There are various other tests, things like the way that time changes, for instance, in terms of distance from masses. There are other things like frame dragging. There are gravitational lensing. All the things that you can do to test those equations work. So the fact they might be complicated and a bit incomprehensible to someone who hasn't done a physics degree, I'm sorry, it's just too bad. Reality is complicated. Those equations work, and they are testable, and they have been shown to be correct.
You mean the ones you had to fumble and add dark energy and dark matter? Those equations?
I think he was talking to Doofus then. Or Jeff.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
But Dan's going to answer.
I'd pay $100 for Rumpus to walk us through Einstein's field equations for the retrograde of Mercury. Just walk us through it from the beginning to the end. Start with the beginning and go to the end. Give it to us.
Yeah.
You sure it's Rumpus you'd want to hear that from? I might choose somebody else.
Get a Rumpus in a lecture hall. That'd be good, that.
I can science that. He had to run. So thanks for joining, man. And welcome back anytime you like.
Part of the team.
He's obviously a tensor expert or something, because if he thinks everything should be worked with, you should use the raw tensor stuff. I think, Blue, you've vaguely touched on tensors in the past, haven't you? And I've vaguely touched on them, but as you said, they're not something you want to deal with unless you're...
Well, for those listening, if you've never seen just one of those 10 linear equations fully expanded, it's an entire page of paper.
And they're linear equations, straight lines.
And that's what's supposed to impress people. Look how smart I am.
Linear equations with straight lines, because that's what linear is.
Yep.
Yeah. Bendy space-time. Linear. Bendy. You can't tell a difference between the two. Science nowadays. Blue Marble says.
It is extremely complicated.
But you can use linear equations.
You take a look at that and you see quickly why nobody wants to mess around with it. When Newton works so well, as long as you stay in that weak field limit.
It's the equations are that big that nobody wants to deal with it. But what are they for? Nothing.
Yeah. That's why NASA doesn't mess around using bloody general relativity and stuff. They use the Newton stuff.
No.
And it works.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody uses the Einstein stuff. They're admitting it. Crazy. How can they do that?
Unbelievable, huh?
Yeah. They're bragging about how clever they are with these equations and then saying nobody uses them. So what are these dudes doing it for on Discord? They're not really doing it, are they?
Of course it does.
Even
except when they're
things to
trying to
Pluto.
communicate. Yeah, except when they're trying to communicate with Mars when it's on the other side of the sun.
What?
You mean with the electromagnetic stuff? You mean?
Yeah, they have to weigh in the space-time gravitational field of the radio wave going around all through the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Did he just that?
Yeah.
There's some of these people they have on their side. It's got to be a liability, right?
Just
Right,
the fact of what he said, yeah, it's incredible.
Not every globe earther can be a genius, right? Thanks, Davros, for proving that point. Some people can make up some really stupid shit, and everybody else on your team has to support you. Davros just said something really stupid, and he got a
Hey, Blue, I saw something yesterday. Sorry, continue.
Dan's coming again.
They said that there's this probe that they're using the word touch the sun. And it doesn't. It went within some coronal band 100 million miles away from the sun. But the press release touched the sun.
No, it wasn't 100 million miles. That's where the Earth is. It was a few thousand miles. I can't remember.
Well, it was the numbers in question that make me nuts because I'm like, all right, what's this Parker probe? What the fuck's going on? What's up with the temperatures out there? And it was really quick. 4 materials they used that were high temp, up to about 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe 6,500. But yet they entered a zone that was clearly ranging around 10,000 degrees. And then if you kept reading, there was just ridiculous claims of the amounts of temperatures that were on the sun or near the sun, and it was so varied that I can't get a straight answer. So
I love
that's
temperature.
interesting to look into is what is the straight answer? What materials? Where were they? What are they?
What's the question? Hold on. What's your question? What's the question?
Why are they using the word touched when it's not? Why are they selling it as such? And what are they selling me? That's my question.
They were directly receiving material, and that material is from the sun. So when they say touched the sun, it's just that they got material directly from where it came from the sun.
Yeah.
Right, so
a coronal mass ejection fired, and it actually grabbed particles from that ejection.
So if you spit on me, did you touch me? Well, legally it's an assault, so maybe, right? So it's a technicality, but nothing touched. And to see the headlines over and over again say touched, it got my interest. So I'm looking at the temperatures on the surface because I looked it up, looking at the temperatures in the dark spots, they're much lower. And I'm looking at the temperatures of where they say they touched. And yes, they're in orbit and they're coming around and there's differences, but trust me, the numbers don't.
Yeah, but the fact that you got the number completely wrong just now when you
No,
said it was
no,
100
no.
million.
I got
Well, you
the
did.
first-
You said it was.
no,
You said it was
I got
100 million miles,
Listen,
and it absolutely
I'm
is not.
explaining to you the inconsistencies when I read, and the 100,000 and 100 million mistake I might have made is a mistake. You should allow me for real purpose.
Okay, if it's just a
Be
mistake.
semantic on it.
You're talking about it. You're talking about what the headline of the article said.
Yeah,
there,
and
right
I'm
now.
talking about versus the real temps in real
Yeah.
life. So what
You're
are the
talking-
real?
You're talking about
And what are
the,
the real materials? I looked up the materials. I looked up the temps. We'll all agree it's molybdenum, it's tungsten, it's a sapphire, and one other thing I couldn't pronounce.
This is my field of speciality.
Right. The thing about temperatures is when you're talking about the melting point of a material and the temperature of any given area, you also have to acknowledge that for a given...
have we had enough of this now? I mean, where are we going into? I think they're showing off about the facts that they know about things at the minute. Anybody else interested in this? Or have we had enough? What's everyone say?
I'm good if you are.
Yeah, I think.
Same.
They seem to be arguing about, I don't know, like the difference between Star Trek and Star Wars. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
How the hyperdrive works and yeah, whatever.
Right, so yeah, that was just a short one. We noticed that once again, Blue Marble had done another stream while we were live because we triggered him into going live. I don't know whether he's done it again. Maybe. It's a bit too early for Blue though, isn't it? At the minute. It's UFC night, so we're gonna have to end it. Thanks for joining us. We might be doing this quite often. Oh yeah, Buster, have you got?
Give me just a second.
Yeah,
like 2 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, I'll keep waffling on for a bit then. A special Buster live.
I'll waffle with you, man. I was really wanting to hear more out of Can I Science That, but they kind of cut him short. I was surprised they didn't give him more airtime.
Yeah, they didn't give him much, did they? I think it's the Rumpus Show over there at Blue Marble Sciences. He's co-host. And there's no way anybody else is going to get a word in because, Blue Marble goes live. His co-host, Rumpus, comes over and then it's the Rumpus Show. He doesn't get a chance to talk very much anymore, Rumpus. He seems to be banned from most places. He did, like he said, he did come in here the other day to go and warn, I think he warned I Can Science That and Beddy. He came in to help Beddy on Tuesday. I see we've got Brad the Science Guy in there again. Long time no see, Brad. I hope you've got your test sorted. Slice Barcane, are you helping him out? Who was Brad the Science Guy was doing that. It's interesting to watch the developments that we've got recently within the science community. There's some big claims been made on behalf of science by people. Slanderous claims that science has called people scammers and stuff.
Yeah, that aspect of it is really disappointing. They really, if they'd like to stand on some high ground, they should start doing that instead of just calling people liars with nothing to back it.
Yeah.
And you're always generous with them, Bev. You always call them by the science community. I think that's being pretty generous. You're too good to them.
Well, I don't want to group them into the natural science community because I do believe that there is an old school traditional science, which is the gaining of knowledge. This new school science is, they admit there's no proof in it. So, I mean, where do you get any knowledge? If there's no proof, where's the knowledge? It's a different sort of science. It's got to be.
I mean, wouldn't you just educate people in a certain way and then just give them the equipment, send them out in nature and just say, tell me what you come back with. Just go out and watch nature and tell me what you observe, write it down and report back. Wouldn't that be an actual scientist?
I would hope so. The thing that we're doing, call it a program or whatever that I think I've put myself on, is a way to try and reorder my brain from the old school traditional teaching methods of repetition and learning like that into the even older trivium based. Like there's less subjects within the trivium. What you do is you get given the grammar and the logic and that, and then you are left on your own to go and do the work yourself, which I find is it takes a little bit of reordering your brain, the processes.
You got to eliminate, the teachers. I mean, just think, you send a guy out, just examine water for a month. Examine, look at the oceans, look at lakes, look at ponds, look at whatever. Just observe water for a month and report on what you find and come back. That's it. No preconceived notions about what you're going out there for. Just observe and report. I think we'd be in a totally different position if it was done that way and not with all these crazy equations that, they put forth and say, okay, this is the real world, this equation. It's my opinion.
Yeah, this new science it's really confusing me, but I'm interested. I want to learn more about it, and I think not only is it the science, but I think there's a human aspect to it. There's a mental part, like I say, within this learning and gathering knowledge. It's all within the brain and the processing power that you can have. Hopefully we can tune up a bit, get it to work.
I just tuned.
Yeah, nice.
You ready?
Yeah. Okay, so will this be the finish, the lead out?
Whatever you want.
Okay.
So are you playing 432?
Oh no, I'm tuned to 440, but
are you?
Whatever. Yeah. I don't think it makes a huge difference, but here we go. You ready?
Yeah. See you Monday. Buster's gonna play us out. However,
all right. This is a shout out to Askin right here. This part right here in particular. Is it a hump or a drop? What do you say? You got to twist your words in every which way, because the motto will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you've got the model affliction blues. Is it a straight line or does it curve? Some people unclamp it, but that is absurd. We all know that the model will always dictate what you do. Everybody knows that you are model afflicted blue. Model affliction. It's your addiction. That model affliction. It brings you so much pain. It's your ball and chain. Conflating curvature with elevation change has got your local distance just out of range. That old biggie is gonna dictate everything that you do. And everybody knows that you got the model affliction blue. It's your decision defending the model position. You just don't know the geometric propositions. That old ball, it'll always be illogical to you. That's why perpendicularity is a puzzle to you. Model affliction, it's your addiction. Model affliction. It brings you so much pain, it's your ball and chain.